All right. Welcome, welcome. It's a special episode tonight. I have a special guest. Been trying to get him on the show for months, and finally he emailed me and said, "Let's go. Let's chat." This is Jeff. Awesome to have you here, Jeff. It's so rare, man. It's a privilege and an honor to speak with those that have clarity of mind and recognition of what this place is. And some of your writings, you kind of mentioned to me that you're more of a writer than a speaker, but
Right.
your writings are so well defined and articulate, and I'm like, yep, he's seeing it all for what it is, and it's a simple beauty to encounter someone that really has seen through the noise and the static and the distortion and recognizes that there is something behind all of it, one orchestrative intelligence behind all of it. um and it's not necessarily for our benefit.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I've been following you for a while, since the early days, I think.
Really? Were you around even when I was in the cult?
Not that early. Not
Okay,
that
no.
early, but when you
Well,
first started putting stuff on YouTube of your TikTok videos and stuff.
awesome. No, I appreciate it, man. So when did you come into like the just this awareness, or when did you start questioning things? Has it been a lifelong thing for you where you're just like, something's not right here, and it gradually progressed to more and more awareness, or how did the dam break for you?
Well, I think when I was young, my as most of us, we didn't have the best childhoods, but I always felt like the one question spirituality couldn't answer adequately was, why do we suffer? And to this day, none have satisfied, my desire to have that answer. And the soul trap theory fits the best out of everything. So I kind of just, my dad was always into spirituality. He was into gurus and stuff. So I've been to ashrams and stuff like that, and I just kind of went my own path and kind of just ran into some walls, a lot of walls, and got into the new age community for a while, and never really religious. My grandparents and stuff went to church and all that, so I've been through all that stuff, but that never really resonated with me completely. So I kind of always just been a seeker, and nothing really satisfied my answer, or my desire to know why we're here, and why there's so much suffering going on. So I think after the COVID psyop, that really turned me onto the soul trap, because I couldn't believe how diabolically evil that was allowed to take place, and I knew something was really off after that. So that's probably when I started, seeking deeper for that kind of answer, and that led me to finding some videos on the soul trap and all that stuff. So that's the short version, anyway.
Now, whose videos did you come across first? Was it like Forever Conscious Research and stuff like that, or
Yeah, I did go through a phase of watching that. Forever Conscious was the guy's name, Mark, I think. Yeah, and Howdy Mikowski, um, I don't know, a few others, but I've kind of just kind of, uh, I guess I feel like there's deeper to go, and so I just didn't stop, and I've kind of more or less just gone inward and tried to get answers myself from inside myself, and then I'm been gravitating towards other people that are also into this information, and got into that Exit the Cave group on Facebook, and so yeah, I've been participating in that, and watching your videos and a few others that come up, but you know I'm basically I basically want to stop the interference happening in myself, and because I can see how it's operating, and I know its tactics and how it plays us, and it's been exhausting, really. and and one thing it does do is it increases your determination. So that's where I am. Just can't ever stop going deeper and trying to reclaim more of our power back from this machine. So, that's what my day-to-day life is about now, is just basically trying to reclaim more power, consolidating that power and then being able to use it against the system, more on an energetic level. And, taking taking myself out of the program and, accessing that power and clarity and that sense of freedom that is always there. But it's buried underneath all the layers of programming, and we can't really access that on a consistent basis because of all the interference. But you have to have an incredible tenacity and desire to actually reclaim more of your power. And that's what it takes, and that's what I'm willing to do. So basically, that's the most important thing. Each day, you know what's going on. How is this parasitic force trying to interfere with you? It happens to me a lot at work, and you know I'm getting better at you know not playing into it. And I've gotten to places where I felt like I've stepped out of the matrix on an energetic level, where the programming just is just like it's like watching a movie playing out, but it's not really affecting me like it used to. So when I'm in those states, it's like you feel like you're touching the freedom of your eternal being, and there's nothing like that in this world. And that's the freedom that I want to keep going into and keep expanding and allowing to deepen, because that's where your clarity is coming from, that's where your power is coming from, and that is just being suppressed by the programming constantly. And I guess most people really just don't see what's going on. And sure, they may have good experiences here and there, but I've seen so many people. It's one minute they're having a good experience, and the next minute they're dealing with some shit, and it's like a constant roller coaster ride. And I'm ready to get off that roller coaster ride. So
Yeah, you're not alone there, my friend. I think there's even the ones that aren't aware, some part of them wants off that ride as well.
exactly,
But then
yeah,
they have the external to point to, right? Well, oh, it's because of this, or it's if only this was different. And they don't recognize that all these things are put into place as a formula to extract energy and then bait us back in, right? It gives a little bit so it can take what's actually valuable. It gives something fake, in the matrix, so that it can extract what is real, which is our essence and energy.
yeah, I know exactly. I mean, just you think about all the body issues people have that they're dealing with. And that's a major drain on your energy, and it's a major drain on the people that care about you as well. So it's like the archons, because we're all connected and we're caring, compassionate beings, they use that against us. Sometimes I say that caring is a curse, because when you care about people, when they suffer, it's going to pull on your energy as well. So that they cleverly devise the system so that we're all networked, because we're conscious, caring beings, so that when one of us suffers, the rest of us feel that as well. And that's a major loose harvesting mechanism for them, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you said I really like how earlier you specified, that what you're fighting as the system is entirely on an energetic level, because so many get lost in the sauce of like trying to fix things here, trying to make this place better, not realizing that this is a farm, and no matter how nice the conditions are on the farm, the end goal of the farm is to harvest the creatures that are inhabiting the farm, you know?
Exactly. I agree with that. It was set up exactly like that. And that's what all the religions are trying to just pacify people, basically, give them a nice story to think they're going to have a happy afterlife. But we don't know there's any guarantees in that, with all those NDE stories and Matrix marketing department, as the conscious research guy calls it, um, try to convince people that there's a better world out there. And so even if you suffer here, you're going to be rewarded in heaven somehow or get good karma, which is all part of the scam.
Yeah. You mentioned the scamdemic earlier, and I think that's partially what started to jar me more aware was realizing like, oh, this is all on purpose. And the part that really shook me was like how few others there were that saw the deeper manipulation behind it. Like people were on the surface still thinking, oh, it's about money or depopulation or this or that. And I think in a big way, it backfired for the system, but
Yeah,
in other ways it was still successful.
it was quite
And it
successful. Yeah, in that
yeah.
way. Yeah, it's it's amazed. I was amazed at how many even spiritually minded people fell for it. And you would think that those type of people would be able to see through it, including spiritual teachers who are guiding others, supposedly awake. They either didn't see it or they were playing into it, you know, and that's very, very scary because even my own dad fell for it, and he's been practicing spirituality for his whole life, meditating every day, and you know, and he believes his main thing that he does. He says it's all an illusion, so he just doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about it, but yet he believed the news, and he didn't see through that illusion. So, and that just kind of really affected my relationship with my father, and it's never been the same since. And I actually told him it was the greatest disappointment of my life when I found out that he took those those shots
The
and
offers, yeah.
yeah, offers, whatever I can call them.
I mean, we can. I mean,
Yeah,
we're on Rumble, so it doesn't really matter that much. But
yeah,
I just like to call them what they really are. It's the system giving you an offer, and then the offer that it gives is always to take more. And so, I mean, the human avatar already is a mechanism designed to filter our awareness, right, and to govern our perception of this reality. And I think all that it's doing when they're doing all these different things in the system as a whole, like the all the different poisons and stuff, these
yeah,
poisons these poisons interface with our system because our system was originally designed for the ability to degrade our awareness. So all they're doing is actually upgrading the system that already is to be more efficient and effective at what its original intent was to begin with, which is to keep our bandwidth of perception limited, right? So that these parasites can move freely around, and just outside of perception, but close enough to us to be able to harvest from us.
exactly. Yeah, and it's just amazing how many people that are now even more compromised because you know their consciousness is probably a lot more clouded now after that, and trying to reach them is not nearly as easy as it was before. So,
Well, their
but
their their
yeah,
their body antenna is more tuned now to the frequencies, and that and the it's their antenna is now tuned to what the system wants them to be tuned to, even more so, right? Because I
yeah,
think the system gauges us, right? Like, why
yeah,
is it that you grew up in a spirit? Because I kind of see spirituality. I'm not trying to, you
yeah.
know,
It's fine.
hurt anybody's feelings, but I kind of see it as like a higher level net where
Hmm.
if the net of religion doesn't work, well, now we've got spirituality, and if
Hmm.
that doesn't work, then they've got the oneness net. And I think the oneness net is the ultimate trap of like, yeah, we're all connected, but being okay with
Yeah,
being one with this system, I think, is what the system ultimately desires is total integration with this entropic intelligence. What are your thoughts on that?
yeah. I don't want anything to do with oneness. To be honest with you, because I mean, I just don't buy into that. Where we're one with everyone. I mean, are we really one with all the psychopaths on this planet? No, thank you. I don't want anything to do with them. And so I, I just believe they're part of the system itself. They're either fallen souls and that um, turned away from the original source creation, and now they can't access their own light, and they need to live off our own, or they're just, you know, simulations of some sort. I'm not really sure on that one, but I just know that that idea of oneness, it takes away your individual consciousness. That's also something that would would terrify me. I mean, who would want to be one with all that is if you can't even have an individual consciousness to make your own choice, make your own choices, and create what you want to create, and just another way to surrender, like you said, to the entire system. And like they probably co-opt that whole idea of the new age community. Let's all be one, and then that's going to lead people towards the becoming one when that proposed reset happens. Let's all be one and become a hive mind. You don't think for
Yeah,
yourself anymore.
exactly.
So yeah, I'm not a fan of that oneness at all. My dad's into that because when he leaves his body, he just wants to become one with his creator. You know, so
I think a lot
that's
of it's
different.
due to the I think a lot of it's due to the perpetual suffering, and that it being such an immense pressure that the idea of integrating into this larger thing is going to take away all that pain. And
Yeah,
I think it's the opposite. I think it'll be a worse experience to have your energy co-opted in a way that you don't have any say how it's being used. It's just being orchestrated then by a hive mind. Of course, you might be in like a comatose state at that point, where maybe there is no awareness left to that individual spark. I don't know, but I
yeah,
don't
it's a
want to find
danger.
out.
No, that's a dangerous game to play. Yeah, we know we can't trust these beings in any way, shape, or form. So whatever they're presenting or offering to us, there's going to be a dark side to it. So yeah, stay
Yeah,
away from that.
and this reality itself is all the evidence of that anyone needs. If they just observe it objectively and look at what is already being done with the energy that this reality is given, it's not good. It's not good.
Not good because it was designed. It's this hierarchical system, where the slaves at the bottom, you know, do all the work, and the elite beings at the top just call the shots. And just on the physical level, we can see that this place is a horrible place, and no loving, benevolent God would create such a place if you really think about it.
No, none of us would. So we can't be
Exactly.
we can't be a reflection of this place because none of us would do what this place is doing. So it's the whole idea of oneness kind of goes out the window when you realize that you wouldn't willingly create a system that subjugates and preys on the innocent. It just isn't something that would come to your mind. Even throughout the expanse of eternity, it would there would be no real purpose to it. Maybe I'll go out on a limb and say maybe you want to have that experience once, but why would you even think to have that experience when you could do literal infinite, beyond infinite other things?
Exactly. It's a limited, very limited choice, and a bad choice. The one that anyone with a heart and a compassionate soul would could think of a much better system to create.
Yeah, and
So,
going in alignment with that oneness is like, I think one of the best schemes of the marketing department of this matrix is this idea that your two options are to reincarnate here or to merge with source. I've been seeing
yeah,
that so much, and it's like, man, those are both scams. Neither one of those is has anything to do with infinite potential and eternal options. Like
exactly. This is
that's
two
all limited
choices.
to here. Yeah.
It's kind of a reflection of our lives, where they give us choices, but there's no real freedom in those choices. The choices are limited, and we can choose, which cell we want to live in the prison, or which slave job we want to have. There's not a lot of choices for creative free beings here to express themselves. So
Yeah, they
yeah,
all come with strings attached, right? All of them have strings attached, and those strings always feed back into the parasite.
yeah, or you got to sell your soul to uh, get into a position of power and money. And if you're an uncompromising soul, that's something you're not going to do. It's just not going to happen.
No. So you mentioned something earlier, Jeff, that it's I think you're more of an introverted type, right? You didn't
Yes.
say that, but that's just how because you want to protect your energy and you're always doing that inward
Yeah.
work of reclamation. And for me, I've found it's very difficult. Like it's never sitting still. It's never just static. It's always you're either gaining more awareness or that awareness is being dampened by just being in this reality. You kind of experience the same thing?
It's very true. Yeah, in the density, the the parasitic force is always trying to bring us back into the density. Yep, and trip us up. And you definitely can tell the difference. In those days where you're feeling clouded and you're dealing with the programming, and then you just want to get out of it. That's the main goal for you. You just want to get out of it so that you can reconnect again to your eternal being. And that's your sanctuary. That's your only sanctuary in this world, really. And so spending time connecting to that is important, and trying to make you know create a connection where that it's not interfered with, so that you can actually reclaim more of it and be able to express more freedom, even if you can't you know manifest that freedom in this world. At least you can connect and touch that power, and see what happens with that. If you can actually do that on a very deliberate and consistent basis, you never know. You could have far-reaching effects in the matrix and shake the system up, on an energetic level, even if it's just in your personal surroundings. So, and just kind of just walk in that freedom, you know. And if you can walk in that freedom, then for that time being, you're kind of outside of the matrix, at least on an energetic level. And it's kind of I feel like it's kind of a practice for when we leave this place, because that's where we're going. We want to touch that freedom and we want to stay there. And this world tries everything in its power to keep us from that. And so it's a very difficult battle. And like I said, you have to have incredible tenacity of spirit and intention to be able to pull yourself away from the programming and you know maintain that. The whole idea is to be able to maintain it, because as we know, the program never stops trying to trip us up and siphon our energy. So in a big way, it also does it. So I mentioned on one of my posts, actually I put one up today about how it affects us through other people, how it attacks our loved ones, and causes suffering in them, and then that their suffering affects us, and that pulls us back down into the density again. When you're seeing someone you care about suffering and you can't do anything about it, it's the worst feeling. It sucks. And it's one of their biggest tricks in their playbook, I think.
Yeah, I mean when they because it is like the damn Terminator, right? It doesn't stop. It's
Yeah.
always working towards gaining compliance and integration with your eternal being. So if it can't if it's a zero sum to come to you directly, it's more likely that it's going to go to those around you. And I've been experiencing a phenomenal amount of that. Like the amount of close family members that are sick in the hospital right now, that even a couple have even died. It's like I can tell that it's all happening around me because it doesn't want to come directly to me. Now it's going to work again through proxy of the environment to try to wear me down. And that's that seems to be what it's all about, is just digesting our will over time so that we, you know, get to that state of oh, I just, you know, want the pain to stop, and I'm willing to become one with all that is so that it does. It's a huge scam,
Yeah.
you know.
Or get you to reach out and pray to some god, and then, you know, basically you're talking to a brick wall anyway, you know. Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know how many times in the past I've tried to reach out to some higher power, and it's just all you hear is crickets. There's nothing, you know. There's nothing there, nothing to come in and rescue you, or, you know, stop the suffering of yourself or someone you care about. And that's, you know, it just tells you there's no one. You know, I just don't feel like. I really don't feel like. I feel like the universe or whatever is pretty much neutral, because it really doesn't give a shit one way or the other. Whether you suffer or whatever happens to you, it doesn't give a shit. You know, at least in this reality. I mean, it's not really extending itself into here to, you know, make things better for us. You know, it's sending false prophets maybe, and giving people false hopes. You know, but it's not directly affecting this reality in a positive way. So that makes me feel like it's just the energy is basically neutral, and these negative beings, whatever you want to call them, who set up the simulation, they probably know there's no such thing as karma, or they couldn't do it because they'd have the worst karma than anybody else. You know, karma is for the slaves. It's not for them, the idea of karma. So, yeah, they sold that to us so they can get away with what they're doing. But, you know, it's a big scam. And,
You nailed it.
yeah,
Yep, you nailed it. It is for
yeah,
the slave, just like money, just like everything else that keeps us chained.
exactly. Did Christina come on yet, or no? She didn't.
Yeah. Hey, Christina, welcome. Wanted to welcome you up. If you're available to talk, feel free to jump in anytime. I know you mentioned Christina mentioned she was pretty excited to have the opportunity to chat with you because she really likes your posts. I like your posts a lot too.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm like, man, this is good stuff coming out of this being's recognition of what this place is. Hopefully, it's helping others to see through it. You know, because
yeah, I appreciate that.
yeah, I mean, earlier you mentioned, you know, like we're all connected, but we're not one, and I agree with that. And it makes me
Yeah.
wonder about the idea of force being used against us, like to, because you hear, if you listen to NDEs, you hear a lot of people talk about, oh, I was forced back into my body, and energy pushed me back into my body. And it's like, well, the only way that would work is if that was energy from either us or beings like us that was co-opted into, you know, being used in that way. So I just wonder about, like, you know, the ultimate goal is to not be subjugated anymore. And if there's nothing we can do for the others, and the most we can do is get ourselves out, that's what we'll do. But I
Hmm.
also I also wonder about the latter of, like, well, if the beings like us that are being subjugated and still programmed by the matrix, if their energy is being used against us, it does that mean that the actual mechanism of harvest and the actual mechanisms of the intelligence, because I think it is, for a lack of a better definition, I think it is a programmed intelligence itself. And
Hmm.
so, does that programmed intelligence itself need to be deleted in order for that those systems that are used against us to put us back into scripts and bodies and memory wipes and things like that? Does that have to go, or do you think this is a solo, only you're gonna get out, and you can get out even if others are still just like you, the real ones are being siphoned and manipulated? Or do you think that it has the potential to use that very real energy, which isn't its own, against us? That's something I've been questioning a lot lately.
Um, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know, I believe or feel they can use our consciousness against us. And that's probably why they're always trying to control the narratives. through the television and through the movies and everything that we deal with on a daily basis, so that we have all of our consciousness, all of these divine sparks, you know, putting their energy into these things that giving them a reality uh, that could be part of what's cementing the bars of the prison. And I do feel that to ultimately stop the entire madness is, like you said, we have to get to the main frame and somehow delete the entire operating system. And you know, but as to how to do that, I'm not 100% sure. But I do know that uh, if we free ourselves first, then we're going to be more of a powerhouse to do some damage and be a threat to them. So that's what I'm working on now, is just trying to free myself while I'm still in this matrix avatar as much as possible. And the clarity that comes from that gives you insights and guidance and new ideas of what might be possible, or what you can ways to affect the system so that it its influence is weakened. And maybe if enough of us do that on an individual basis, it could have a collective effect on the entire system. And you can't really control the slaves when the slaves know what's going on, but at the same time, we also, we've all tried to wake up others, and at this point, it's kind of futile unless somebody's already on that path. So, a lot of unanswered questions, but um, as far as I know, you know, the more they piss us off, though, the more they're going to have a force to reckon with, when we leave these bodies.
I
So,
can't. Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be great. I I have a feeling, right, that while we're in these bodies, that we're in its instrument, meaning that it's almost, a miracle that we can even have these discussions and this awareness while we're still within their meat suits, these
yeah,
avatars. But then when we're not in these avatars, because avatars are tuned to this station, right, of reality, and
yeah,
then these
yeah.
other entities have access to these other bandwidths. When we're no longer in an instrument that's tuned to this specific bandwidth called what we call this reality, then all
Mm-hmm,
of a sudden we're going to be able to access potentially any part of this matrix that we want, right? And
mm-hmm,
the framework that I've been working with is this idea that obviously we are what came before this, as just consciousness, as awareness, as divine spark, whatever you want to call us.
mm-hmm,
We existed before this construct. So number one, we know that we're not dependent on this construct to even exist for our own existence. And number two, it, the way that this thing is put together, that it hides itself, its most important part of this is staying hidden and keeping our awareness to this very limited bandwidth, which tells me that if we had access and awareness of the mainframe of the hive mind, of the main control center, I
mm-hmm.
don't think it would be that difficult to just pull the energy out of it and see it disintegrate very rapidly, and that's, I think, ultimately everything here is designed to keep us away from that one central point of its intelligence.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Mhm.
But I'm certain it can be done, because if it couldn't be done, then this thing would operate a lot differently. It wouldn't hide. It would, because you see how it operates like it is narcissistic intelligence. It is every bit of narcissism that exists here is offspring of it. Basically, it's just programs from it. So knowing how a narcissist operates, if they can openly subjugate something, they would love nothing more. But the fact that it doesn't do that tells me that there's a reason why it doesn't do what I know would be in its character to do if it could do it freely. Does that make sense?
Um, kind of. You mean it's it's kind of it's not showboating itself. Is that what you're saying? It's not.
Not as much as it could, which tells me
Yeah.
that there, but it would. I think it. just based on my interactions with it and seeing how it treats the unaware, I
Yeah,
think it would do it if it wasn't an imminent threat to it to do
I
so.
see. So it kinda doesn't wanna taunt us too much is what you're saying, and taunt us to see what it's doing, kind of
Well,
look
I mean, every
behind the
time,
curtain.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Every time it reaches out to touch us, it's your greatest vulnerability when in combat is the moment that you go to strike, right? Because that's when your guard's down and you can also be hit, and that's how this thing works. Is it comes in outside of our perception. It comes in behind our backs, in proxy
Mhm.
through other characters. It doesn't ever want to come directly to us. And I think the reason for that is because that's just too much of a danger to it, where it would everything it does already gives it away, right? Like everything that it is, it it shows it for what it is. So anytime it makes a move on us, if we have awareness, those of us that have the awareness of what is happening here, it's only giving us more recognition of what this place is and how it operates. So once you get to that critical threshold of recognition of who you are and how you're separate from this place, it now has to move much differently around you because
Yeah,
now you're actually a threat to it.
exactly, and I feel like, in the wild, animals, like the predators, they usually go for the weakest in the herd first because it's the easiest prey. So, the stronger you become, the more of a danger you are to it, and they'll probably go for the weakest around you first, and then, if they're close to you, to get to them to get to you. So, it's like the stronger you are, it would be great if everyone around you that you cared about got to the same place that you are, so you're all strong and very, kind of a threat to them so that they would, have to back off. But, you know, until we can get everyone else that we care about on that same level where they feel the connection, where they're um, in touch with the power and stuff, that it they're still going to use that as a means to, weaken us as well. So, but it's kind of unrealistic, I think, to try to get everyone to, you care about, to that place. It's like everyone's in a different place and they're dealing with other things. So, you know,
Yeah, I don't think it
it's
has to be
hard.
everyone. I think it just has to
Yeah.
be a critical mass, a certain amount of us that have the ability. I think realistically, I could be wrong. I think it could just be one of us. If one of us reclaimed the full breadth of our power,
Yeah.
right, and we're untouchable to this thing and went straight to it, it would be done. But that's difficult to do when we're constantly being bombarded with. I mean, I can't tell you my dreams. It's just constant insertion of program and injection of ideas that aren't mine, of just constant debilitation, and me trying to rebuild. Like every time I go to sleep, I know that when I wake up, I'm going to have to reclaim energy. I'm going to have to rebuild myself just to
Yeah.
be where I was before I went to sleep.
Exactly. It's like a mini reset at night too. It's like whatever you accumulate during the day as far as your power and clarity, you never know if the next day it's gonna be with you in the morning. So, you could have a shitty night's sleep or like you said, have these dreams that are affecting you and you almost have to start at scratch, start from scratch the next day. And it's like I think that's probably why sleep is um, part of our reality because we get those mini memory wipes. So no matter how much power we gain and clarity that day, tomorrow they could wipe it from us or affect us through the dreams, and we have to start over again to rebuild, like you were saying, and so that makes it more difficult to accumulate power and sustain it. So yeah, that's why I basically I maybe sleep 4 or 5 hours now because I mean I like to be up early and I gain more clarity in the early hours. So and start building that clarity in the morning so that you can carry it with you through the day. That's the idea. So yeah, it's definitely a daily battle to reclaim more of yourself. So,
Yeah.
but like
One.
I do believe, like you said, if one of us accumulated enough power, that we could definitely uh, do something, devastating to this parasitic force. It's just a matter of targeting the right, having the insight to to know where to go to do that, and how best to do that. Yeah. So that
Yeah.
hasn't revealed itself yet, but I'm
That's why
curious.
imagination's so important, right, Jeff? Like
Yeah.
your imagination is your tool for creation. If you weren't in this reality and you were in a void space, you would create through your imagination. And I don't think this place is any different. Um, I think the imagination trumps this place, especially out of the body. Um, so one thing that's helped me a lot with just maintaining what I have taken back is creating
Yeah.
decoys. Are you familiar with any of those?
I do remember you mentioning it on an early video about you create a decoy, like a fake version of yourself that you think the Matrix you put it out there so the Matrix thinks that that's you, you know, doing your regular stuff, normie stuff or whatever, and then the real version of you is doing something completely different or something like that. Is that the
Yeah.
idea?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's definitely it's been helpful, but I need to update it for myself personally, just in
Mhm.
because I notice that as I make adjustments, it makes adjustments too in real time. Now it's slower, it's laggier. Like if our awareness was at 100% and this machine was at 100%, we would beat it every single time because it's
Yes.
just so slow in comparison. It's a lesser entity. Um, but it definitely it loves when we get complacent. Like the decoy thing, I haven't worked on the decoy method in a few months. I've definitely noticed that it was like a month and a half ago. I came to awareness in this dream, and
Hmm.
I was signing a contract in this dream, and I came to awareness, and I was like, hold on, what the hell am I signing here? I'm like, I'm not doing this. And then I was instantly booted out of the dream. Like every time I gain awareness in the dream state, I wake up instantly, right? Sometimes with an injection of like adrenaline that had nothing to do with the situation. It was just like, it's almost like the adrenaline is part of the memory wipe in a lot of cases for me personally.
Well, that does make sense because when people are in a state of fight or flight, they can't really think clearly. They lose access to, you know, th- they can't function as far as making clear decisions. And we saw that happen during the psyop when people were in a state of fear. How they just reacted and went along with whatever thought they thought was going to make them safe. You know, so that makes perfect sense that they would use that in the dream state as well. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and it seems to be they have a lot of control over the biochemical reactions in the body. They can just make things happen with there being no true prior context to why that's occurring. That's been my experience where
yeah.
I'll be in a dream and then all of a sudden I'm getting just pumped with adrenaline and there was nothing happening in the dream that warranted me being adrenalized.
Yeah, they were pushing the buttons and getting you all worked up for no apparent reason. And yeah, they do have quite a level of control as far as how they can manipulate us. But I'm just kind of curious if, what do you think they can? Is there a point where they can stop reading us? Where we get to a place where they can't really predict us anymore, like our behaviors, or when we get, let's say, we accumulate enough power where we can, you know, feel
I think
more, sovereign
internally,
beings. Yeah. Go ahead.
inter- internally yes, but externally no, because the body is all the body is part of the machine of this reality, right? So we're not going to get the body to work outside of its construct, not at least not very long or to a degree that because ultimately we're not trying to make the body something else, right? We're just trying to get our awareness and our essence out of this machine, right? Out of its digestive tract. So I think internally, as your being expands, there's points that it it's a machine that has a limited bandwidth, right? So it can only read
Yeah.
between this station and that station. And I think we have access to both higher and lower stations that it can't read. Like any machine, it's limited by its own apparatus. So again,
Yeah.
that's where the decoy kind of comes in really handy, because I noticed in the beginning when I was traveling in my mind outside of the prescribed bandwidth of this place, I'd get interference after interference after interference. Like even in discussions when I first started doing lives on like TikTok, it would just be as soon as it was getting to a good place in a discussion, there would be an agent, there would be some kind of disruption, or the live would get shut down, right? It would always be
Yeah.
something to come in and close it out. But then I started playing with the decoy thing, and I started, basically putting overlays not only on the physical body, but also on the energetic body, to where my intention was that it only sees me within the bandwidths that it prescribes, right? In what it considers its safe zones for it.
Yes.
And then at the same time, I also intend that when I'm doing lives and stuff, that it only can read like right now, maybe it's hearing us talk about sports or something stupid like that, Like
Yeah.
but after I've done that, I found a lot of relief and far less interruptions, because if it can't read outside of the bandwidth, the only way that it knows that you're outside of the bandwidth that it can read is that it's not able to read you. But if you give it something that it
Yeah.
is predictable to it, now all of a sudden it's what it can't read is just junk data that it's not even going to look at, because you're still within, according to its instrumentation, the parameters that it set as safe.
Yeah. It's a control freak. It wants to know what you're doing every moment of the day. It doesn't want to be in a place where it doesn't know what's going on with you, basically, what you're saying. And because that could be dangerous to it.
Right. And also you want to make sure, and this is obviously for the audience, but like when you're doing this kind of work, there could also be points where it comes to you to try to intervene or intimidate. And
Hmm.
those moments are crucial, because it's always just acquiring data from us, right? Even when we're
Exactly.
doing things that are, yeah, you know what I mean? It's always acquiring data so that it can adjust not only for us individually, but collectively, right? So the ones that aren't doing this work, like there's a certain point where like they're not going to be able to do what we've done, because we've given it so much data on how to prevent them from doing what we've done,
Yeah.
that it's going to set it up 20 steps ahead to where they just won't be able to do it, unless the most important thing, and this is already a prerequisite to this work, is that freedom of your being has to be the top priority. Not freedom to create what you want in this reality, not freedom to get things in this reality. It's literal freedom of and from this reality has to be the top priority, because then it doesn't really have any leverage, because everything it can threaten you with
Yes.
is of this realm, right? Oh, I'm going to take your life, I'm going to take your stuff and things, I'm going to take your relationships. Okay, but none of that's me. So you're everything that it's got is actually a bluff, because the more it takes from us, the more it pushes us to what is actually real, which is our internal eternal self, right?
Exactly.
So so when it comes to take, you have to be willing to stand up to it, and say, you know what, do it, go ahead, let's see what happens when you remove me from this body, right? Because that's its ultimate thing for most of us, is that pre-programmed fear of death. Once you're no longer afraid of death, it's like it doesn't have much else other than causing suffering to those around you. But if you keep your eye on the prize, and the end goal is like, okay, well, I'm going to liberate myself, and then if if along the way liberation of self includes, from necessity, the destruction of this parasitic intelligence, then that's what's going to happen, because it's the most important, because my freedom is more important to me than anything that this place can offer, you know?
100% agree with that. And yeah, I was just thinking, how it tries to infiltrate you. Let's say some kind of a fearful thought, like where you feel you're being threatened by a potential reality that doesn't even exist or whatever. And I found the best ammunition against fear is anger, and basically tell fear to fuck off when it comes when it comes a knocking, because it can't. Not you can try to imply love to fear and all that, but it doesn't do shit. Anger will kick fear's ass anytime. So that's just one thing I've learned that helps me at
I mean,
times.
I could not agree with you more. I've never found a higher state of clarity than when I was angry, because the states of clarity that I was trying to reach were all being roadblocked in real time through this other intelligence that was interacting with me in a very visceral way, right? So when I recognized that I was being subjugated in real time by this non-physical, non-corporeal, different kind of intelligence, right? When I recognized that it was doing all of this on purpose, that everything that had happened in my life had been well orchestrated and thought out and planned out and adjusted to gain the desired effect of submission, pain, through trauma and pain, that's when I got mad enough to say, okay, well, I don't care what you say you're going to take from me. I want to see you, even if that means I lose this body, no matter what it takes. I'm going to find this thing and I'm going to rip its heart out. That was, and in that moment, it laid off, it backed off. It was like,
Yeah,
oh, I got to go readjust because
that, that trick
threat alert.
doesn't work anymore.
Right. Once you become a threat to it moves very differently. Would you agree with that? It
Yes,
changes
100%.
everything about what it does.
It's like, don't you dare fuck with me. You gotta really feel that. It's like it has to feel that core energy of your true being who's saying those words. Don't you dare fuck with me, or there's going to be consequences. That's the kind of energy that will get it to back off. I feel, you know.
That's the only thing that's worked for me. I'm sure you've heard my story of when I had the separation event and I met
Yeah.
the personal prison guard, and if I wouldn't have had access to that anger in that moment, I would have been terrified. But because I recognized that that was part of the subjugative machine that had been oppressing me, I
Hmm.
had nothing but ready and willingness to drop that body so that I could go after it. And, I didn't have to drop the body. I ended up taking it out while still in the body, but it's I think it's a necessity to have access to your full authentic spectrum of being, and anger is, I think, an important part of that, which is why it's so demonized.
And you know what? I also uh, related to what you were saying, that I feel that for it is safer for us to be in these physical bodies and knowing what we know. So that's probably why it's keeping us keeping us around, because having the awareness we do, we could cause some serious problems for it if we weren't in these bodies. You know, so
Yeah, I've been saying for a few weeks now that it's saving the best for last. It's saving the most aware for last. I'm seeing people around me drop like flies. I mean, it is just crazy. But I think a big part of that, and this is all speculation from this point, I think my speculation is that it is reallocating resources by taking out those that are already in a diminished enough state that they don't pose a threat, right? It's going to take
mhm,
out whoever is the least threat so that it can use the energy and store up energy in order to potentially attempt to try to deal with us.
exactly. That makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty sick and twisted, but yes, on their part to do that. Yeah, they need all the help they can get, I guess, to take out the aware ones, or attempt to.
I think they're going to have a hard time. I think it's a I think it's a no sum game at the end of this. I don't think they exist at all after this. I think they're just drawing it out as long as they can. It's pure survival at this point. You know, they're just trying to survive as long as they can, even if they can buy themselves another fraction of a second. That's what they'll do. Whatever it is that leads to the greatest longevity of this intelligence is what it's going to do, regardless of whether it's going to lose or not. It's just going to last as long as it can.
Yeah, I'm fine with their non-existence. I think that's what they deserve, really.
I think they
But
deserve worse than that, but
yeah,
uh, I'll settle for non-existence.
but you wonder if they can actually suffer themselves, because if they don't have any kind of emotions or heart, what kind of suffering can we really do to them? So, I'm kind of curious about that, other than taking away their power, making them starve.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean that's going to be the anticlimax of this whole thing is realizing that it is a machine intelligence that can't really suffer, and the worst thing we can do to it is the best thing for us, and that's just to delete it completely so that it no longer has the ability to create any of these patterns, of suffering. And if that means the whole reality goes, well, that's okay. We can start over. We'll make something better. I'm sure that there's already tons of other better realities out there, outside of this cube or whatever the hell it is.
I agree. Yeah,
I would say just about anything, any reality where you're not getting observed, monitored, logged, data harvested, that's better than this. I mean, I'd accept a black void over this. Doesn't matter to me. It's the being in the loop of being monitored every moment of your existence here, poked and prodded. That's what I'm tired of. Um, and I think that there is something else that exists. That's why we're all kind of in this place, something, place or places that exist where, we're not just experimental data to other entities. And that's my perspective on it. I'm tired of being a lab rat, basically.
Yeah, I concur.
yeah,
Yeah, if it's earned one thing and one thing only, it has earned. I think the whole idea of where you put your attention is where you give your energy is only true to a degree. Because if you don't put your attention on a problem, you can't fix it. I think the whole psyop of only focus on the positive is to keep us from looking deeper into what's pulling the strings. Because what's pulling the strings here is one ugly thing, not like visually ugly. I mean like a as a entity, as an intelligence, it is the ugliest thing in all of existence. And the nature of it being what's governing this place, I think is so horrifying for those to look at that are still under the assumption that there's nothing beyond this realm. You know that it has so many ways that it's set up to keep us from really looking at it, and I can't wait to just stare it down all the way to the end. That's what I'm excited for, is to see it end finally. What I wonder what that'll be like for all the other beings that are here when this construct literally just dissolves and evaporates into nothing, and they're left standing there where they're or floating, whatever you want to put it, where their meat suit was standing. There's nothing, and they're like, oh, what the hell was that? Nope. I don't. That's the best case scenario, in my opinion, is that one of us gets to the core of this, deletes it, and then
mhm,
all the construct of pain, suffering, death, all that just disappears, and no one even experiences it from that moment forward. It's like, oh, it's just done.
yeah. It's like a bad dream. It's over. You
Yeah. Only instead of waking up with like foggy memory, you have total clarity. Everybody's got total clarity, and we instantly all know what the hell just happened. Like, oh my gosh, that was whoever did that was a bad idea.
Yeah, and we sure as hell worked on making sure that never happened again. You know.
Right. Yeah. Don't give your creation sentience with no governing restrictions on it, you know? It'll start to play God, and then you'll get a reality like this. And of course, if somebody programmed this like this on purpose and they're being like us, then yeah, I think there's going to have to be some discussion on what that being
Yeah.
gets to experience after this. Maybe we just keep one little fractal of this place alive to put them in, you know? Oh, well, you like this so much, well, here, you go play with it for the next 40 quadrillion years, and we'll come back
Yeah. Let
and,
them
and see if you had a change of heart.
let them experience what we experienced, basically. Yeah. But I do feel like we're getting closer, so that's a good thing. You know.
Yeah, it seems like the death rattles is what it's really doing. It's really just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at us, trying to beat us back into compliance. And all it's really doing is pissing me off. The only reason I can laugh about it is because I know that we are the greater entities, and inevitably, this will all be futile on its end. It's not going to last forever. It can't last forever because we won't allow it to last forever. Especially if the prerequisite to us not being in here is for here not to exist, then I
Yeah.
guarantee you that here will not exist for much longer. Because there's just too many of us that are, even if there's 5 of us, right? There's still too many of us that see what this is and are willing to say no up to beyond even the death of this body. I think that's what counts is once you've transitioned out of the body, I think that's where the real work begins, but that real work I think is going to be in a lot of cases a lot easier than this because at that point it's just dismantle, rip energy out until there's no structure or form left and there's nothing but pure consciousness left, you know, or whatever we are. You know, I almost don't even like the word consciousness just because it has con in the beginning of it, and I feel like
Hmm.
there's something there, you know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all these constructs and the structure of words, it doesn't matter. None of this shit can contain us forever, even if we don't understand it in this moment. We'll know what we need to know when we need to know it because of the nature of who we are and the work that we've already done and our own patterns that we've put into place of, well, I'm not going to trust a damn thing because I've already seen that it's all working together to keep me from freedom, you know.
And you mentioned that word construct, and the other day I was just thinking, if you take the word construct and you say con structure, so the structure is a con that they set up, you know, basically goes right in line with that.
Oh yeah, all the con words are pretty interesting. One of my
Our
favorites is
con,
the console. You know, if you're playing a video game, you're playing on a console.
yeah, you're being conned in every way, right under your nose. Yeah, but we just
So
have to keep going. You
where do you see the construct going, Jeff? Where do you, because I see a lot of implementation of more chaos and
Yeah,
but it's not doing it in a way that it's just going to like wipe everybody out at once. You know, I think it's doing it very strategically, and again, like it's saving the best for last. You know, it's touching certain areas and leaving others alone. And I just wonder if that isn't to do with the proximity of the awareness of the beings that are in specific locales where it does and doesn't, lay the hammer down immediately.
Hmm. I be honest with you, I haven't been paying much attention to what's going on in the world anymore because I know that they're going to be. I mean, so many people are glued to what's going on in the world with the normies and stuff. It's like, whatever happens, happens. I don't really give a shit at this point. And I want to free myself. So if the whole ship has to sink, you know, for that to happen, then so be it.
That's
I
what'll
I
happen then,
don't
huh?
even care. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, yeah, it could be there could be just another just continual threats, which they've been using that in their playbook for a long time. There's always some presented threat to get us all worked up over. So we're not buying into it anymore. So
No, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the threats are all about what? You leaving your avatar. That's
yeah,
really that's all it really has. It's like it's that's all
yeah,
it has.
and that scares the shit out of most people because you know they're afraid of death. Loss of their body, loss of their identity, or whatever. So that's why they use it so much. But it doesn't work on all of us.
Right, because you've got some of us that are out here like, how do I get the fuck out of this thing? Like,
Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it
some of us are ready to go. I mean, that's
almost
the thing.
exactly, you almost can't wait, to get out.
Right. Death is like the relief or release for some of us that have been pushed and prodded and see what this place is. It's not a fear anymore. It's a desire. So that narrative goes right out the window and trying to scare some of us from dying. That's what we're actually waiting for. So
I find that if when you're feeling that connection to that deep source of power that's below the matrix or outside of the matrix, that is a fearless state that they can't really shake that they can't really shake you very much, you know. No matter how many things their proposed threats are, because you're way more powerful and you're an eternal being, and so it's just it can't harm you. It ultimately can't harm you. It may be able to affect you in this matrix, in this physical reality, but it's not going to do anything to your eternal nature. So you have that leverage. When you tap into that power, the more you gain leverage over their manipulation tactics. That's what I've been feeling anyway.
oh yeah, I agree. It's not gonna do anything to you except maybe piss you off. It's funny.
Exactly. So it's been a great chat. I think we covered a lot of stuff. So unless you guys have any other questions, I might sign off in a minute or so. Or you
Christina,
can share.
do you have anything you want to ask Jeff, Christina?
no, I was just gonna say your posts are awesome. They usually resonate with right where I'm at typically. They always come at the right time. So I appreciate hearing from you.
I
Um,
appreciate it. I try to focus my energy when I'm writing the post, and it's been my best tool for focusing my energy. So when I gain new clarity and stuff, I try to share stuff. But it's been fun trying, express some of the things I've been feeling, experiencing on the live chat here. So new experience for me, but uh, I feel I felt good about it. So thank you both for that opportunity,
Yeah,
and maybe
thanks
we
for
can
coming
do it
on and
again.
oh,
Yeah.
definitely, man. Anytime you want to do a live, you just send me an email or a message on whatever, and
Hmm.
we'll make it happen. Because it's like I said earlier in the beginning of the show, it's a nice change of pace to talk with someone that already kind of has it figured out. I don't have to do a whole lot of with you particularly. I didn't have to do any type of house cleaning. It was just like, yep, we've got
Thank you.
we're both in the same place. We know what this is, and we know that at all costs we will have freedom, whatever it takes.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jeff, and I don't know if you feel this way too, but I think like because I'm pretty introverted myself, so it's been kind of a learning curve to like get on these lives and talk. But I think one of the frustrating parts is that especially when you sit with yourself in stillness, often the depth that you feel about things and what you see, it's like it's never you're never really able to fully express it with the verbal language that we have. So that's kind of
Hmm.
frustrating to me too. Like it doesn't like there are no words that really cover the actual spectrum of the depth that you feel. And but it is nice to hear from you and hear
That's
you
very
talk
true.
and things like that. So
Thank you again. That's yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. Sometimes you'll have a moment of extreme clarity, and then by the time you go to write it down, it kind of gets diluted, and so you lose some of the essence of it. You try to approximate it as best you can.
Yeah, it's always trying to compress us back into the bandwidth, constantly, constant compression. I think that's throughout my life been one of the things that's been most difficult is not knowing that that was happening and then not being able to express like why I can't express. And Christina, you just said it perfectly. It's, the depth at which we are aware of what's happening, right? Moment to moment. If I was to try to express everything that I was aware of throughout a day, of
Yeah,
like how I see the trick working, how I see it trying to insert, I would just have to be on live every waking moment to explain all of the awareness that I'm having in real time of being in the system, of how it's trying to manipulate and take from me.
I saw this analogy one time, and anything that comes from the system, I kind of hate it, but it is kind of true. Like trying to express the full spectrum of your depth and what you see and how you really see it with clarity and feel it. It's like trying to take a gallon of milk and pouring the whole thing into a shot glass. That's what the verbal language is. It's like it doesn't translate. You're like taking one tiny flicker of the actual depth and trying to express it in verbal languages just doesn't work. But we do our best.
exactly. That's all we can do.
Yeah, the true signal recognizes the true signal, even through all the noise and the bullshit. Well, I want to thank you for coming on, Jeff, man. It has been absolutely awesome. And like I said, anytime you want to do a show, if you just want to even just idle chit chat,
Hmm.
it's always welcome.
Yeah, maybe I'll take you up on that when I have some new clarity about how to defeat this thing.
Yeah,
So,
anything, clarity on anything, or even sometimes we'll just do like a comedy hour. We just sit here and make fun of the archons, tell them what a good job
yeah,
they're doing.
yeah,
Right, Christina? They're doing a good job, aren't they?
We have this theory that they don't understand humor and sarcasm. So we'll make jokes and say they're doing a really good job and know that that's probably the only thing they heard because they didn't understand the sarcasm underneath it.
yeah. They're just literal. They can only interpret things literally. Yeah, I guess.
What a great Matrix, guys! It's I'm sure it's gonna last forever. Wink, wink. Oh boy, yeah. And if you ever want to reach out and just talk privately, I do have a group where we do have just private discussions, and we all go through it, and sometimes it's helpful
Hmm.
to have others that are understanding of what is actually occurring when we're going through things. So you can feel free to message me. I can send you a link to that.
Okay, that's a good resource to have.
Yeah. Was there anything you'd like to leave the audience with before we go? Just like a one synopsis or just whatever you'd like to say. You can tell them to fuck off if you want. Whatever you want, man.
um, just keep going, no matter what this system throws at you, Don't let it break you, regroup and re-strategize on how to adjust your game, you'll gain new strength that way, and just keep going until you gain some new clarity and gain more access to the power that's beneath all these layers of programming that's always available. And the thing is, it's right here now. It's just a matter of whether you're being interfered with or not in order to sense it and to feel it. So, deal with the things you have to deal with in life, but just just know that maybe after your thing you're dealing with is gets better a little, then you can just try going a little deeper. And I know it's hard out there for people, and it's asking a lot for them to get back to themselves, which is what this whole entire system is trying to prevent. So there's no other people out there, other beings know what you're dealing with and have compassion for you and don't give a shit. So yeah, just get support as you need it with others of like mind. What do you call it, Nick? The of the same station or vibration or something.
Yeah, just those that are aware of what is.
Yeah, aware. We're aware of what's going on as well. Yeah, so at least we have the comfort of each other. So and can share clarity with each other when we gain new insights and with camaraderie and general. So that's about it, I guess.
Well said, my friend. Well said.
All right. Well, you
Christine.
two have. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say if Christine had anything she wanted to say before you went.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty tired of the bullshit. But it was good listening to you guys talk. I'm kind of just in one of those places where, um, I'm kind of at that peak threshold of, the whole embodiment has been terrible and things like that. But it's like Jeff said, you really can't, because they're going to keep pushing you to the ground and they expect you to stay there. So really the only thing that you can do is just keep getting back up, and they're going to push harder. I've noticed if you're resilient in this place, they're going to adjust based on that resilience and likely push harder. So like there really is no reward to having awareness in this place other than freeing your eternal being from this place, making sure your trajectory is sovereign. Nothing can move that, nothing can change that, locking that in. And then you realize, all this temporary nonsense of being tortured and subjugated and pushed to the ground over and over, it really is temporary if you just stay focused on that aspect of freedom and liberation. But it's not easy. I mean, there's no new age scenario in which you come to awareness and everything is like kumbaya and rainbows and butterflies. If you're in true awareness, you're going to get pushed, you're going to get poked, you're going to get stabbed energetically over and over and over to test, because they want to test to see, can you stay sovereign in the most
Hmm.
extreme circumstances, and they will test that. It's not a matter of if, it's when are they going to do it, and it's probably going to be tomorrow or the next day. So really the best
Well,
thing you can do is just not stay on the ground when they push you there.
very well said. And I'll just add that there's a point where you get to where you're just tired of getting knocked down, and that's where I'm coming to now. I just feel like I just I feel like standing my ground, and just I'm tired of getting knocked down. I don't want to get knocked down. I'm kind of done with it. That's why I have to access more power. I have to reclaim more power in order to withstand those um, attacks or interference, like you were saying, Christina. So yeah, it's like it's like being in a ring with a boxer. You know, you keep getting knocked down, but you keep getting back up, and you know, one day you're gonna knock the thing out yourself.
That's
Right.
Yeah.
right.
You
So,
get knocked down so many times you turn to stone. And
mhm.
you just, you almost have to say, like, do what you want to this body at this point. And I was in that place. I talked to Nick a little bit ago. My perspective was what the rest of the world would consider dark. It's not a lot of hope for this realm. The really only hope that you can have is that you can stay resilient and withstand the shit that they do to you until that time comes, whether you choose it or it happens passively. It's literally you turn to stone at that point, but not in a way where you're turning away from awareness. You're standing on it. You're standing on awareness, and you're saying it doesn't matter. Like, it does not matter what you do to me and my environment, people around me. Like, this is it. This is where I'm
Yeah,
going after I leave this place, and you are not going to change that by torturing this body. Do what you want with it.
yeah, be completely undisturbed by its manipulation tactics, and
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't forgive or forget. I'm going to remember every little bit of it. It's going to be the fuel to see through it, whatever scary projection it throws my way when I come for its core. That's for me though, right? I
yeah,
don't encourage anyone else to try to go to the center of the hive mind and destroy it. That if you feel called to do that, then by all means, the more the merrier. But that's where I'm at with it because I've been through so much and seen so many go through so much that the most authentic expression of my being is to seek and destroy. And there's nothing wrong with having pure, clarifying rage because as long as it isn't the type of anger that's clouding your judgment and perception, if you can stand there and allow that energy not to flow out of you, but to cycle in because you want to be a closed system. You don't want your energy being spilled outwardly. You want it everything that you're experiencing, like all the projections, just take that energy, that projection, and cycle it through your own closed system of awareness, right? And then when the time comes, you can exert that energy into yourself to achieve whatever outcome that you hope to achieve in your own liberation. You know, that's what I would leave the audience with is notice the patterns, pay attention because it's all a formula, and whatever you think you're afraid of, there's something behind that that is much much more afraid of you. And whatever it is, even death, you're a bigger threat to it than it is to you, always and always.
I
So,
agree. I agree 100%.
well, this has been a great show. Thank you, Jeff, for sending me a message and getting this one going tonight. This was exactly what I didn't know I needed. Was just more beings to have this type of awareness with.
Yeah, I just felt like the time was right, and I was feeling I was feeling empowered, and I wanted to get on there and share that. So hope it translated.
Oh, it was excellent, my friend. Because put my perspective on putting signal out there is like it's almost like a middle finger to the parasite. It's like, look, I'm going to just talk very openly about this because you've already given all the threats, and guess what? You didn't follow through on them, right? Because the ultimate threat that it gave, obviously, is the threat of, taking you out. And when I had the visceral experience of being taken out, but then nothing happened, it was just a threat that I got to
Mhm.
experience. It was like, oh, shut up, or I'm going to do this. And then when I looked in the eye and said, well, okay, well, then why don't you actually do it then? And nothing happened, crickets. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to say what I want and do what I want now. And I'll see you when this is done. This embodiment, right? When this embodiment's over, I know who I'm going to see, and it's not HR.
And it's nice because there really wasn't any interference on this call. And I think that's because if, when you have that strong intention, it can't break through the barrier. It's like a barrier to it. It can't get his tentacles on it. So I was happy about that.
And even if it does,
Yeah,
again, it goes back to that principle of anything that touches you, you can touch it back. You just have to have the awareness of it touching you. And most of the beings in this world aren't even aware of what they're being touched by. And when you gain that awareness of what you're being touched by, and you start to expand within your own being and take your power back and reclaim some of your mind, it becomes more and more visible, right? Both literally and metaphorically, to the point that it doesn't want to approach a being that can quote unquote see it. Because when it does, and you start to touch it back in ways that it doesn't like, then you know it's sort of realigning the true hierarchy of what is, where the creation is not supposed to be the god over the creator, and we are
yeah,
we are all creator beings. So the fact that a creation, aka whatever this parasitic intelligence is, because it's not a creator, if this being was a creator, we'd be in a world of shit, because it wouldn't just be replaying the same formulas and cycles and scripts over and over. It would be new and different all the time. But because we don't see new and different all the time, it's evidence that what this is not like what we are. Because we can imagine something new every day if we want, something that's never existed. We can imagine it, right? It can't do that, because if it could, I don't think any of us would have figured this out. But
yeah,
that's just my
exactly.
opinion.
And it's like the master slave relationship. They've become our false masters and made us the slaves when we are the true masters. And we have to reverse that, you know, so that we reclaim our mastery over it, you know.
Yep.
Oh,
And we will. It is being done as we speak, right? Even just us speaking is evidence that it is coming to a head, a point where there will be no return for it.
exactly.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you so much, Christina. It has been an excellent discussion. It's what else can we say? It's the perfect show.
Well, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Christina. And I hope to connect again with you both soon, whether
Absolutely.
it's on another call or in a different way. So,
Yeah, I'll send you the link to the group, and you can feel free to join when and if you desire.
okay, you're going to post this one on YouTube or just curious?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, nice.
It'll post automatically. I mean, it's live on YouTube right now. It'll
Wow.
post automatically. As soon as I end it, it'll start posting and uploading.
All right, pretty cool. I'll probably rewatch it then.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jeff. I will. I'll send you a message after this.
Okay. All right. You guys have a good night then.
You too, buddy. We'll talk
All
See you,
soon.
right.
Jeff.
Okay. Bye.
Well, I know you're kind of tired, Christine. If you want to stay on and chat a little bit, we can, or we can just jump off and call it a show. I'm okay with
Yeah, I'm
either
pretty wore out.
direction.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty wore out, I'll be honest. I don't have too much to say. Hold on, let's sing it with this freaking cat. Um, damn. I don't have too much to say. You get to that point where you've kind of gotten to the bottom of the barrel of what this place is, and it's either it's just kind of action time. It's you put it to work, and so I don't know. I'm pretty exhausted. It's not got me to a point where stealing my sovereignty, but it's definitely got me pretty tired.
Yeah.
That's about all I gotta say.
Yeah. I mean, my intention a few weeks ago was to start doing more shows, and it's just been one thing in the matrix after another. And, there comes that point where I became a little complacent, and then it started beating on me. And now it's like, okay, time to start talking about it again, because I know it's what it doesn't want. And the more the merrier. The more that are doing the actual work of reclamation of their own being, of their own power, for the sake of, because you can't have one without the other. Reclamation of power for the individual and each and every one of us is the death and the destruction of this matrix. So when you put those hand in hand, right? I, there's just a level of satisfaction I get knowing that each and every one of us that's doing this work is going to have a part to play in watching this parasite turn to dust. And there's not going to be any greater moment in eternity than this thing ceasing to exist. And I'm happy to be a part of it. That's really the only thing I'm here to do at this point.
Yeah, not easy work because I mean, it doesn't negate the work that you have to do to break the conditioning in your own life. I mean, there is that level of like, awareness of what this place is, but you actually do have to turn it inward too, making sure you get rid of any loops of dependency on people or this place, anything in this system, making sure you get rid of the things that could be used to energetically pull you back in once you leave. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's work on all sides, and that's why it's so exhausting. But it's necessary. It has to be done. It has to be done. Seeing the world as it is, seeing this realm as it is, and then seeing your own internal structure and what's been used to kind of blanket over your signal. Um, it's work, but it's necessary. This is temporary. We are eternal. That's the only plus side.
Yeah, you said something earlier that it was like, man, boom, that's it. Like the gift of this place, right? Do you remember what you said about that? That the only
Oh, there
gift that
is.
you, yeah,
There's not a gift of this place. The only gift in this place that exists is your own eternal essence surviving and getting out. That's it. That is there is no if you are truly aware, and especially for those that have been targeted by entities, specifically their whole embodiment, there's really no gift to be had. There's no gift to receive in this place unless you accept an offer. I mean, that's it. The only gift this place even has is what we are, because what we are, what is powering this whole construct. So, we're a prisoner gift really to the construct. We didn't ask to do this. We didn't ask to be here. So the gift itself isn't really in the realm or anything external. It's us surviving it, being resilient, and getting the fuck out of here. That's it.
boom, mic drop. That's it. That is it. And I don't know. In my mind, for me, the only guarantee that I'm getting out of here is if I watch this motherfucker die. So I want to see it with my own awareness. I want to see it with my own being. I want to, dare say, make it happen. You know, like I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for it to just eat its own entropic self. I want to help it along. its path of self-destruction. Oh, which is why I think it fucks with everybody around me so hard. You know, it really puts the hurt on them, like constantly. I'm seeing so much suffering in the immediate vicinity of those around me that it's like it doesn't recognize what it's doing is so futile because it's just a constant reminder of who I am, what my intention is, and its lack of longevity due to my own awareness and efforts. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like redundancy, right? Like, you get to this point where you've been poked and prodded, but you still end up at the same sovereign point of being, which is, you know, for me personally, my first step is making it outside the grid itself because I want to make sure there is no, because we are in a limited bandwidth. So that's where you and I differ is my first step making it all the way out of the grid entirely. And when I can reassess and see if there's damage to be done from the outside, I can do that. But after this embodiment with how severe it is, my very first goal out, because I'm taking absolutely no chances of being pulled back in. That's my own, and everybody's trajectory is different, and that's okay. People that are listening, you got to realize that's okay. Whether your trajectory is to try to find the source and kill it or make it out first to make sure that you don't get pulled back in, either one is okay. Each one is freedom and liberation. Whatever your strategy is, it's fine as long as you're aware of what this place is and aware of who you are. That's all that matters. That's all that matters, because your deepest part of you, the one that's not going to be constrained by a body, it knows. So for me personally, that is my strict core trajectory, is out of this place first. First things first, I'm not going to be pulled back in by any means or energy manipulation pull, whatever that looks like. It is out first, you know, repair what I need to repair on an energetic level, assess and go from there. That is my goal, personally, because we don't know exactly what methods they have after we leave the body. We just don't. We can theorize on it, but we don't know. So for me, it's best best strategy is make it out, look on the outside. If there are things I can do from the outside, I will absolutely do that. But I'm not going to get pulled back in here by um, any mechanical pull or energetic resonant manipulation. And that's just me though.
I think that's great because, covering all bases from my perspective, right? Because I think either one has the potential to collapse this matrix, right? If you get out, you might just create a vortex or a wormhole or something that just sucks everything that's real out of this place, right? Maybe even that being part of your intention, that the wake you leave behind you is like some kind of pull to all the real ones where they don't even have to try; they just get pulled out. That's an interesting idea. You know,
I've had
yeah.
that feeling. I mean, if you think about it, if this whole system is meant to recycle souls, then anybody getting completely out has to create some type of ripple or damage to the system itself, because that's not its goal is containment. That's its number one goal. We've seen that. You can see it in everything. Its number one goal is to keep you in here, recycling over and over and over with any means necessary. All the attachments that you have, those will be used against you. Everything in your embodiment is going to be used to try to pull you back in here after as well. So for me, create as much damage on the way out if I can, but out. And then once I'm out, then you can kind of assess from the outside and see the whole structure. You can see, there may be filters, we don't know for sure, but you can assess the structure from the outside And I think there's something to be said for different core trajectories and how that may impact this place, because it makes sense. You would want to have every angle covered. You would want to have people on the outside doing work, maybe dismantling from the outside. You would want to have people on the inside dismantling. You would not want to leave any ounce of this place uncovered. If the true goal is dissolution, you would want to work from that on every single angle. So
I
for me
agree.
personally, that's my goal, is get out, because I know um, that there is a potential that if I stick around too long in this grid, there may be a potential that something pulls me in, maybe even by brute force. I don't even know if that's a potential, but either which way it goes, my core is that's a locked exit point for me. The end point is get the fuck out of this place entirely, exit the whole bubble, because then when you're on the outside, you have that level of protection, right? You can't really get pulled back in unless you choose to get in if you get all the way out. So for me, that's my goal. And then when I
Yeah.
can assess this place from a true, full, unconstrained awareness, I'm going to know a lot better what to do at that moment in time. So, but also, I think it's important for people to know, whatever you feel is best for your being, you can lock that trajectory in. Your core knows exactly, your deepest part of you knows exactly what the fuck to do in this scenario. You just have to listen to it. You have to get through the interference to hear what the fuck the deeper signal is trying to tell you. And I've always known that. I've always known that I'm gonna rip a fucking hole in the wall of this place when I leave, and hopefully that creates that ripple effect. Once one person can create a bridge out of here, other people can kind of follow that same trajectory. So it's kind of a multifaceted effect, right? If we're the batteries to this place, you have some people dismantling on the inside. You have the batteries of this place leaving, which already creates a deficit. You have less energy, less perceptual attention to power this place, and then you also have beings that have left that are assessing from the outside. So it's a multifaceted effect, and you just have to decide for yourself what's best for you. But the ultimate goal is liberation in total. That's the ultimate goal.
Yeah. And if you get out and you find that there are some real ones guarding it, find some other real ones and have them help you push them in here.
Unless they've already done it before, but I'm gonna be like, bro, you guys didn't do, you guys what? No, I've had a feeling potentially there are maybe even beings like us that have already done this, and they stayed on the outside because their goal was similar to ours. That total liberation means the end of the system. However that has to play out is however it has to play out. Total dissolution, whatever. If it's a slow dismantling, whatever, we'll know when we need to know it. And when you are in that unconstrained awareness, you're going to know exactly what it is that has to be done to dismantle and dissolve this place, because that's it, in my opinion. Now, even with entities, I mean, they can copy entities over and over and over again. The ultimate goal, get rid of the whole structure, get rid of the whole architecture of this place. That is the ultimate goal, because you could potentially get rid of a few entities. They can copy more. You got to get rid of the structure that is creating the entities. You got to get rid of the structure that is creating the feedback loops that keep this system alive. You have to get rid of all of it. Every single piece of it has to be gone.
Yeah. Yep. And I would recommend that you know, I would recommend following Christina's method. Cuz I'm kind of different. I There's just something about me that I know that my trajectory is already set to go to the heart of the beast and rip and tear until it's done. That's my truest desire, because I want to experience freedom with every real being that's here, right? I'm not willing to accept that there will be anyone trapped in this torture system any longer than they need to be. And that's just for me, and maybe I'll fail. And I'll be real happy that there are beings like Christina that got out, and because they'll take it down from the exterior. But it's just, I just can't. It's not part of what I am here to do. Like, I can't just get out. I need to destroy it. I need to see it done, or I'll never have trust that it is done, that I am out. Even if I did get out, I still wouldn't think I was out because I know how elaborate this place is. So for me to know personally that it's done, I just need to go and destroy it. And if I fail, sorry, you should have followed Christina.
No, I think that's important though, because we are eternal beings, but each of us, we have to remember that like what we did before this place even existed was different. Nick, I mean, you could have been somebody that was your thing, is you protected and guarded. We don't know. So there's something intrinsic to your being that you got to follow. If that's your core signaling you that that's what you need to do, and that's what you need to do. Um, and That's okay. It's okay for each of us to make sure that our trajectory is not manipulated by anything in here. For one, no entity is manipulating your sovereign trajectory, and that um, nobody else here manipulates your trajectory. Because if you're really honest with yourself, you know exactly what it is. You know exactly what it is. It's not a mission. It's no bullshit like that. It's what is your deepest signal telling you, and if you listen hard enough, you know what that is. But for me, building a bridge out of this place instant upon transition is something I feel is not only just going to benefit my liberation, it's going to benefit others. They're going to be able to feel that, and they're going to be able to potentially follow that same trajectory out of this place. And, again, multifaceted effect. If one person is doing, if we all did the same thing, if we all followed a hive mind thing, this place would never be done. So we have to have different, unique sparks, doing different things. That's the only way that it's going to happen. Not everybody can follow. You can't follow somebody else. You got to follow what you know about yourself, and that's that. That's what sovereignty is. It's not following the herd. It's not following somebody else's core trajectory. It's following your
Right,
own core
right, because
signal.
you're gonna go do that on your own, regardless of what anybody else does, right? You're gonna go do that, but in a way, what you're gonna do, I feel empowered by, because now there's there's no hesitation or doubt about what I'm gonna do, because I'm not afraid of it. I already know for a fact from direct experience that it cannot force integrate me. Now, whoever, whatever I am, it cannot force integrate me. It can't take over my body. It can't take over my mind. It can't force me to become part of the hive, because I've had direct encounters with it, and I know that I'm resistant to whatever it is. Now, it might not be the same for everyone, and I just think that it's good that you're going to go do what you're going to do, because it empowers me to go and do what I'm going to do even more fearlessly, because I know that even if for whatever reason I can't do it, I already know I'm not getting reintegrated. So what? I'll just be stuck in the core with this other intelligence until it's disintegrated. Oh well, I'll talk shit to it till it's done. I'll keep it distracted.
There you go. Talk shit to it till it's done. That's it, dude. Yeah, and that's the thing that is so important, is that if this construct is as complex, I think there's a two part. It's not that complex, but in terms of control and feedback and all the ways that it manipulates people, it does have some layers of complexity. So the best potential strategy would be multiple strategies, not just one. You would have to attack it from different layers, and from the external, you also have that shielding. I don't think they it's a closed circuit systems, closed loop system. So I don't think they can really track anything on the outside very strategically. So you have that extra advantage of cloaking too. When you're on the outside, you're going to be able to do a lot more without being seen. And, that's that is where some people shine, is, you know, doing things that can't be tracked. And I think that's going to be my power on the outside, is the things that I can do outside are not going to be able to be manipulated. And whereas you have that direct, fierce knowing that you're going to confront it directly. Can I confront it directly? Yes. That's not, it's not even about fear. It's about knowing where my core fits best in the equation, where it fits best in the strategy, and that's where I know it fits best. It's to make sure I'm all the way
Boom.
out.
And I
And
got nothing but love and respect for you for that, because you know what you're doing is the best thing to see the end of it. Same with
right.
me. It's just we're not. It's like we're not all gonna do the same thing to put an end to it. You know, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't work because it would be able to adjust to just one thing, one variable. It's so good at adjusting that, the only thing it's better at than adjusting would be harvesting, and the only thing it's better at than harvesting is hiding.
Damn straight. Man, it hides so good. Yes. Yes. Well, it kind of hides good. Once you have awareness, it kind of can't hide anymore. But yeah, yeah, and I
It,
think
can,
I
it,
think
it
that's
can't hide what it's doing, but it can hide itself. It hides itself pretty well.
right. And you got to think, if they have this algorithm they can adjust, the very best way you could combat that is to have a few different things working at once. And that's always been my perspective, is that uh, there are going to be beings that leave this place, and they're going to do their work from the outside, or they're going to leave the body and attempt to do what they can from the inside. That is entirely your choice. I think that's a part of sovereignty. You just have to really listen to yourself and make sure that you're choosing the best method, because ultimately the goal is dissolution. That there's no fix inside this place. There's no fixing this place, because it is what it is by design. So there's nothing that you can do. We're not going to clean up the earth. There's none of that. This place is what it is by design, because what's running it is what's perpetuating it. So it's not going to offer any answers in this place that are going to fix this place. It's not the point, even if it seems like that's what's going to happen. It's just not. Um, so the best strategy, I mean, think of, even basic war strategy. You strategize from every side, from every angle. That's the best possible strategy, because the best attack is one they don't see coming. And that's my perspective on being on the outside. The best method is the one they can't see, the one they
Maybe,
can't plan for,
maybe,
the one they can't
maybe,
adjust for. Go
maybe
ahead,
me
sorry.
and maybe me and the ones like me are just going to be the distraction. I don't care. I don't care. I just know what I got to do. I got to meet it face to face, eye to eye, because it can't overtake me. It I already have the resistance to it because it already tried and it failed. So yeah, I already know what it feels like when it's trying to integrate. I already know what it feels like when it's trying to absorb, and it just can't be done. I don't care how big it presents itself. It can't be done when you know who you are and you know what it is. So it's gonna be done. It's just a matter of time. How long is it gonna take? Um, the sooner the
Yep.
better, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, shit. If we could have it done now, I think a lot of us would have already done it. But we're realizing, there are things that we have to come through, and transition being one of them, with as little fear as possible, to get to whatever portion we have to get to. Now, are there people that are going to leave? And I've said this before. We had a discussion on one of the Facebook groups. I think it was Sovereign Spirits, of um, about free will once you leave this place. Are there people that are going to leave this place and they decide maybe to go back to their place of origin and leave this alone. Yeah, and that is what free will is, right? No, there are obviously going to be people that if they do make it out of this place, they're not going to focus on dissolving the system. They're gonna need whatever time it is to take to resolve the trauma that was this place. So, and that's okay too. A lot of people are like, how can you? It's like, we don't know. I mean, the tears in my life, specifically the traumas, were so severe that I'm surprised I don't even know how I made it, but I did. And so I always put that on other people too. Like, we don't know what other people went through. If they have awareness and they want to get out of here and never look back, that is their free will right. That is spark logic, that they have the free will to not have to deal with this place. But there are some of us that it is absolutely our our whole goal is dissolution. However it has to happen is however it has to happen. To me, it doesn't matter. I don't care if it as cold as it sounds, if it means the end of everybody in one instant. I don't The best way it can be done is how it needs to be done. I just know for myself that means getting out first. But not everybody's going to feel that way. Some people, their only goal is liberation and that's it. But then there are those who, they are very determined to make sure that this place comes to an end. Um, and that's our right too. It's our right to say, yeah, however it has to be done is how it has to be done, but we know it needs done because this place can't exist. It just cannot keep perpetuating itself because if if certain ones don't resolve this place, it will continue to exist. It'll do whatever it has to continue its existence. We know that, we've seen it, it's obvious. It's going to keep trying to survive. So that's just my little 2 cents on it because I don't want anybody to feel shitty like they whatever their trajectory is wrong. It's not. If ultimately if you're acting from sovereignty and that sovereignty is, I don't ever want to fucking see this place ever again, that's more agency than you'll ever have in this place. So at the end of the day, that's fine too. It's just it's not everybody's goal once they come to awareness. Some people want to make sure this place ends, and that's my goal.
Oh, it's personal.
Right.
It's fucking personal. No one's making me do any of this. If anything, it's quite the opposite. There's lots of movement to stop me from, being who I am at the core level. And the core of my being just gets so excited at going to the core of this construct and just giving it hell.
Right, because the ultimate, I mean, think about, yeah, obviously the want is overall freedom because this is not necessary. Like, this whole, I know we've talked about it a million times with the whole, like, this place is for lessons. No, no, it's not necessary. If it ever was necessary, I don't know, but it's not necessary. This level of suffering from entities that don't have any empathy or any compassion. No, that none of this is necessary. And when you know that on a deep level that none of this is necessary, the only other option is destruction, is dismantling. However that has to happen. There's just no other real answer to it. This is not a necessary existence. This is not real. It's illusory. That's all it is. And there's thousands and thousands, if not millions, of people that buy into the whole, this is the universe. It's a teacher. It's fucking not. It's not. This is There's
What a
nothing
scam.
in it's such a scam, and so many people buy into that because they want to have an answer to why suffering exists. Why did I get essayed as a child? Why? Oh, because I need to learn a lesson. No, you didn't. Your eternal being never needed a lesson to be exactly what it is. So the answer isn't comfortable, and that's what a lot of people don't want to understand, is that the real answer is usually the most uncomfortable one. And the uncomfortable answer here is that none of this is necessary. And so the only other answer when you get to that truth is destruction of the realm entirely. And nobody else is, no fucking Jesus, no Allah, nobody's coming down to do that. The only people that are going to make sure that that happens are the ones that choose in their own free will, however that is, to make sure that that happens, to make sure that's a reality. That's it. So if you decide to take that route when you leave the body, but you don't have to. It's not your mission necessarily, but if that's the choice that you want to make, it's a decent one. But
It'll be a
that
lot
that's
easier to just get out. If you've got second guesses and doubts, but you know you can get out, it's easier to just get out, right? Uh, if you have no intention of dissolving this construct, right? Maybe you feel like it's not the right thing to do for you, blah blah blah. But anybody that tells you that you can't, they are an unwitting or witting agent of the matrix, right? If they tell you that you can't do that, okay, well, either you don't know who you are or you're not like me. So pick one.
right. Right. And but that's why I'm saying though, I don't think that I think there's two parts to that because I think you can also get out and still do work from the outside if you choose, but it is your choice. It is absolutely your choice how you decide to strategize if your goal is ending it. If your goal is just getting out, make sure that core trajectory is locked and you're not going to have manipulation. Ultimately, from my perspective, any amount of people that gain awareness and make it out, whether their goal is destruction from the outside or just making it back to their point of origin, every single battery that gets ripped out of this place upon transition is one less energy source for this place. So in essence, even the ones that just get out and don't do work from the outside, to me that's fine. Any being that makes it out is one less energy source for this place. So really it's actually strategic from that standpoint too, because if 20 people leave this place and never look back, okay, that's still 20 less eternal beings that this place has to run data off of, get energy from, run this place from. If 50 beings get out and do it from the outside, great. That's 50 less batteries and 50 people that are on the outside running strategy from the outside. If 100 people get out and then, or whatever, maybe there's 100 people like you, Nick, that you don't even realize that transition and then go to the heart of this thing and just absolutely rip things apart. Every ounce of sovereignty and every ounce of choice, as long as it ends in your liberation, it's going to affect this place negatively. I mean that's just the facts. So nobody's core trajectory needs to be exactly the same as anybody else's, but the ultimate goal is less energy for this place. So the more people that get out, the better. The more people that dismantle it from the inside, the better. The more people that dismantle it from the outside membrane, the better. All of it serves the ultimate end goal purpose, and that's important. So,
Yeah, 100%, 1,000,000%. Either way, whatever you choose to do, it doesn't matter. I'll see you on the outside because it's going to be done.
exactly. There is going to be a day. I say that to this, even to this entity, like, this is all temporary nonsense, but there is going to be a day where I'm in my eternal, unconstrained essence, and I'm going to be laughing, and you're not going to exist. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I say that all the time. There's going to be a day where I exist, and I'm laughing, and I'm creating, and you are no more. This place is no more. It is an inevitability. The time frame is what's not determined. The time frame is really, in my opinion, all dependent on how many people gain awareness, how quickly they dissolve the things that attach them to here, and how they make it out. That's the undetermined. The already determined is that this place is not going to continue existing forever. So it's just a matter of how long.
Exactly. Exactly. We got some good comments. We got Discog in the comments. We got Jay's down there, Trivium or Trium. Virat. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I really like these comments that they're putting in there. You know,
Oh, I'm just now looking. It's compassion. It's false consolation does it. Oh, that is so fucking true.
boom. A lot of good
Making
comments.
ex- making excuses for this realm can become can become a subtle form of collaboration. The moment we start rationalizing it, spiritualizing it, or calling it a lesson, we risk normalizing the horror and stretching it out indefinitely. Not because compassion is wrong, but because false consolation dulls the urgency to see clearly, reduce harm, and stop pretending the structure is benevolent. Damn straight. Wow. Yeah.
We have a good meeting of the minds here on this channel. It's really refreshing. If you're just tuning in, you're gonna want to probably go back to the beginning of this one once it uploads and check it out because it was a good show.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I'm tired, but we're all the ones that are aware are fucking feeling it, dude, and we're gonna keep feeling it. They're not gonna release pressure just because we became aware. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The pressure, the compression, it's an everyday fucking struggle. And I think what they're really doing is testing, can your sovereignty stay intact under maximum pressure? And the answer is yes, it can. It just takes an extreme amount of resilience, and it fucking sucks.
Yeah, and willpower. I don't think they're testing necessarily to see like what it can withstand, but what they can do to prevent the withstanding. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that too. I think it's probably a few different things, but the ultimate goal is containment, right? So if you know that, then you know that whatever they're doing is for that ultimate goal. But I do have a feeling that there are some of us that we get to a lock in where your core signal cannot be manipulated anymore. The human layer can be basically fucked with and traumatized, but if you have the will and intent enough, there is a point that comes where it's just locked in. Like it's kind of where some of us are, where it's like, do what you want with me. It does not change, and that it's like a deep knowing that whatever they do is not going to change your core sovereignty. It's not going to. But there are some people that are going to cave, and I mean, I have compassion for that because it's fucking be hard out here, bro. Shit is not for the weak.
No, no, it feasts on the weak, and that's not to diminish those that have been feasted upon. It's actually just to point out that it is a predatory opportunist, and I don't care that it can take advantage of them. Right? I don't blame them. Is what I'm trying to say. It shouldn't exist in the first place, so it won't.
That's it. Yeah. That's the thing. It never should. Yeah, I get frustrated when we've talked about this earlier, like the obvious fucking people that are just promoting the system. I mean, that you can't deny that, right? Like, yeah, it sucks, but like, there are people that I have felt are really just parts of this construct, as in, like, they are literally just existing to promote the illusion. And that sucks to realize, but that again, it goes back to like the complex layers of this place. Like, you know, how best to make this place seem real than to have people that seem just like you and I, except they're not. They're not exactly like us. They are different. Doesn't mean that anybody's better necessarily. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means that there are people that Their little literal home is this construct. They were created for and by this construct. They were engineered to promote this construct. So they don't have the internal compass of like, hey, wow, like this isn't right. This isn't my home. This isn't where I come from. They don't have that. They don't have it because they just didn't come from somewhere else. It's not a topic. Some people get frustrated with it and blah blah blah, but it's just something I've come to realize is that there are some people that this is their literal home. So they're gonna stand by their home, hell or high water, no matter how bad it is, because this is where they came from. But then there are those that know that we didn't come from here. This is not our innate, like this is not our home. So, you know, it's a complex fucking bullshit layered system that just tries to gaslight you every step of the way. And there are people that are here to do exactly that.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're really attached to any of them, we can recreate their likeness in a different construct that isn't based on parasitic rape. So don't worry about it. It'll be okay.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Eddie, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, Jay says he's working through the Stockholm syndrome and fear of the heart attack. You know, it's played that one on me a lot too, especially recently. I'm
Mhm.
like, there's been a lot of instances where I thought I was going down, and I got excited a little bit. I was like, okay, you ready to meet me? Because I'm ready to see you. It's just a little tease though. It's a little strip tease. Like, oh, I'm not gonna take your avatar yet. Yeah, you're not gonna take me till last. That's okay. That's how my mindset is like it's going to save the best for last. Each and every one of us that are in awareness, it's not going to take us first because it needs to reallocate its energy and resources. It needs to pull the illusion away slowly and then tries to pull the rug out from us once it feels like it's more prepared. It's never going to be prepared for what we are. So it's a game of chess. It's like it's sitting there trying to beat us at chess, and we've got a shotgun pointed at it, not knowing that it can't even see the shotgun. Stupid fucking parasite. That's my
Yeah,
analogy for it.
Jay said, I appreciate the talk you did. You can't fear pain. Exactly. That is one of the last, because everything else has been ripped from me or I've just dissolved it from my physical, is that the pain, the extreme physical pain. Now I've had the heart attack symptoms and that doesn't bother me anymore, whereas like a year ago it used to, but like sometimes it's gotten so severe to where like my limbs have gone numb. Like it will start at my legs and go all the way up my arms, like I'm having a heart attack. Like I start to lose hearing, body's going numb, heart's going crazy. Now I don't fear that, but I did have a run in with which I think I'd prefer to talk about it in our WhatsApp group. Nick knows about it, but I had a specific experience um, with trying to exit, and some things were pushed on me in terms of like the potential or perceptual fear of the worst case scenario in that, which was like would be very severe pain, like literally extreme severe pain. So it wasn't even that the pain was happening, but they can even push the belief of pain on you. And so that's one thing that I'm having to come to terms with is like, I don't fear a lot. I really don't. But pain in a transition moment is something that they might put on you. And you just have to remember that like even in a painful, excruciating transition, you have to fucking stand your ground. You might be shaking, you might be in pain. Who knows? We don't know how we're going to exit these bodies. Each of us, it's probably going to be different, but it might include pain, and they want you to fear that, but you can't fear it. And not only physical pain, but in breaking loops, like for me being completely alone, there was pain in that. There was a lot of pain, and even though I knew the person that I uh, was sharing my house with was definitely not, you could call them an NPC. I don't even really want to go there at this time, other than just saying that they were obviously there to keep me small. But the pain of being alone, the perceptual pain of like, oh, I'm really alone, like that was a loop that I had to break through, and it came with pain. And so there's pain in lots of forms in this place, and they expect people, especially if you've had a life full of trauma, like you've had childhood trauma, you've been through the fucking ringer. Later in life, you're going to flinch at any pain that you know is coming until you've kind of trained yourself to almost, you're not accepting the pain, you just can't fear it anymore. You just have to, I know this is kind of a gay saying, but like, the only way out is through. There's some truth in that, because you can't really avoid some of it in this realm. Breaking the conditioned loops that they have you in, there's fucking pain in that shit. And a lot of people are not going to do that work because it's easier, and they know that, like, you got to realize, like, this is all they've had practice, right? They know how the human technology, the body works. They know. So doing the uncomfortable thing, which is breaking familiarity, breaking comfort loops, it's all going to come with pain. And the only way you get through that is literally going through it. But it's a fucking bastard, dude. It's not anything that any of us should have to do, but to gain your sovereignty back, you have to. You have to break the conditioning, the loops that are not you. And with that comes an extreme, excruciating amount of pain. And that's this place.
Yeah, and even calling it extreme excruciating doesn't actually give it justice for how bad it actually is. Fuck's sake.
No, there's no words. There are literally no fucking words to describe what it actually is. But excruciating is about the close I can get to excruciating agony. Just agony. But can't fear it. And even with awareness, you'll notice that there are probably still a couple things that you're avoiding to avoid the pain or avoid the discomfort. But discomfort is one of the ways that you're breaking conditioning. It's not a great metric. It's just, statistically, in my experience, the metric that shows you that you're breaking conditioning is extreme discomfort and pain. And that's why it works. That's exactly why it fucking works, because nobody wants to willingly put themselves through pain. And it's not like you're saying it's sacred or it's needed, but in terms of breaking conditioning, familiarity, comfort, all that, yeah, there are some aspects of that you have to come to terms with yourself and say, is this keeping me from being truly sovereign? Is this going to be something that pulls me back in when I leave? And if so, you got to burn it.
Boom. And she hits the vape. Bam!
Wait, can you hear me hit my vape?
Yeah.
No, you can't. Oh, shit. I didn't know you could hear that shit. That's funny as fuck.
It's pretty funny. I love it.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm not gonna get rid of. Listen, the whole life's been pain. I'm gonna vape till I die. So I
Yeah.
don't think they'll pull me back in with that one.
No, I don't think
Do you
so.
want to vape again, Christina? Listen, I know you just transitioned, but do you want to vape again?
That's the only thing they got. That's all they got.
Only leverage.
We can't get her with the dream rape because she doesn't enjoy that. But how about vaping? What about vaping, guys? You think that'll work? Well, I mean, our numbers show that it's the most likely. Let's go with that.
Right, the algorithm shows she wouldn't let this thing go. So
She literally died with it in her hand, so I'm guessing. Don't give her grandma. Give her the vape.
yeah, I don't have a grandma. See, that's the thing I don't get with my circumstances. They literally they started me off at a seeming deficit because I had, the biological family that was abusive, went into a facility, went into foster care, but I don't have like family attachments. So in one way, it was a deficit in terms of pain lived throughout this life, but like in terms of breaking attachments to leave, it kind of helped. Not helped in like, you know what I mean though? We've talked about this before. It's like they took everything away from me, any type of, support early. So like now it's like, well, really I don't have that many attachments I have to break the loops on. So you really can't pull me back in with people. So
Well, I mean, it's not a perfect system, right? A lot of it's trial and error. It's trying to figure out what's effective. So like, Jeff was a good example. Like it didn't put him in like a religious household. It was a spiritual household, right? It's just trying different formulas to see. And the variable is that we are each unique and individual, whereas it's trying to basically try to find a one size fits all, and it's not going to work. It
yeah,
doesn't work.
that's why I've had this sense of like there is some experimental, like there's the data harvest, yes, but I've really had this overwhelming sense that like some of the real sparks they've they've been trying to optimize. So like you said, see what works. Like it's not just harvest from an energetic sense, it's also like data. Like, okay, so we pushed really, really hard with this one, didn't work. We did this with this one, it kind of worked. Like it's felt like a really fucked up experiment on some of us. Our attachments and our belief systems are what possibly bind us here to this place. Word. Fucking word. It's and somehow, where was that other comment? Somebody said, so trivia. Where? Oh, I can't find it now. But it goes along with that. Shit, I can't find it now. But yeah, like somebody wrote a comment about like the school systems, religion, and belief a little bit ago. So it's like you really see the layers of feedback built into the system. So I was thinking about this the other night. Like, okay, so you have the personal traumas, right? So you have like whatever you go through in your personal life, whatever they put you through, the things that we all have to do to survive, bills, blah blah. But then you have like the belief system, so they're so scattered. I mean, even with Gnosticism, I think that there's a little bit. I mean, you see people like near worshiping Sophia. It's like, and then I realized some of these names that people call on, they're just feedback loops. Like even when it comes to like Yeshua, Jesus, all these names that are in these religious systems, whether they're spiritual, magic, Gnosticism, it's like it kind of makes me feel like even when you're really in tune with the names that they put in these belief systems, anytime you really like focus your attention or overly focus on names that they created, you're really just feeding into a loop. And so then it's like it's even more complex than I think we realize. Like, yes, it's religions, but like it's even more detailed than that. It's like you have like the people praising and worshiping Allah in Christianity, but then you have these groups that are into the magical beings that they can call on. It's like really, I think you're just feeding the system more with these loops of names scattered through all these different belief systems. It's so fucked up. And then the school system itself, that's a whole nother can of worms. I mean, it's really like a training ground for compliance.
Yeah, it's all one interwoven machine. Everything here complements something else, and if one flavor of subjugation doesn't do it for you, they've got 30 more that could potentially get you.
Right. Anything external based, basically. And then you come down to that. It's like really the only thing you can trust is your internal knowing. Like if you're reaching for another name, another belief system, anything else, you're feeding right back into the closed loop system. Like it's all designed that way. So really the only real benefit of your time is to focus on internal sovereignty, your internal knowing. I mean, and there are things, like I'm not just trying to bash Gnosticism. I mean, there are, it's like, I think I've said this before on a show, but like, the truth is like one puzzle piece in this place that's been snipped into a million pieces and it's scattered everywhere. Are there pieces of truth in things? Sure, there probably are. But what they expect you to do is to stop at one little snippet of the puzzle piece and put your all into that instead of kind of integrating some of it into your internal knowing. Like Gnosticism, there are pieces of that helped me get to the truth of what this place is, but you don't stop there. And that's what they want. They want you to find something that fits just enough to where you just stop there and don't keep going deeper. And that's kind of the whole way this realm operates is, you get comfortable with one belief system or one thing and just say, yep, this is it. This is the truth. This is all there is. And I'm going to sit here and bank my whole embodiment on it. Like,
Yeah, I mean, everything I've come to has been through internal recognition, and I won't say that external things didn't help. Like listening to people talk about certain topics, like Mark on Forever Conscious Research, stuff like that did assist. But ultimately, there's a point where you know it, even pieces of truth can become the loop, and you got to
yeah.
be able to say, okay, well, what else is there? What's beyond this? Like, if you don't feel in your core that, like, okay, my trajectory's set and I'm not getting recaptured, then there's still more there to be uncovered. It likes to sell us a piece of truth as total freedom, when in reality, like, nothing external is going to give us freedom. No knowledge external to us is going to give us freedom.
Damn, this Trium, I can't say his name right. He's spitting some truth. That kind of inner emptying creates space where the machinery becomes visible. In stillness, you can finally watch thoughts, impulses, and emotion arise as programs, not as you. Damn straight. Damn straight.
Boom.
That's it. But boom is right. He's fucking spitting. Yeah. The stillness, I think it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Like, you have the spiritual groups that perform spiritualism, right? It's performance to like sit and meditate, but like sitting in stillness, that's like a totally different thing. That's like literally sitting with yourself, recognizing what is and isn't you, and it can be uncomfortable until it's not anymore. So yeah, that's the biggest work that you can do while you're embodied, is figuring out what is of you and what truly isn't of you. I mean, that's the work right there. And it can be many different things. It can be family expectations, it can be relationships, it can be your fear of being alone, it can be the fear of pain, it can be all these different things. Thoughts too. I think that's probably one of the lower energy things that they do, but it's probably one of the most fucked up because they can mimic your own, like, and that's something I started deconstructing when I first started getting into this, was like, sitting in stillness, meditating, whatever you want to call it, and like watching the thoughts, observing them, and like hearing the thoughts that really they sound like you, but then once you start to separate the signal, you figure out, holy shit, that's actually not me, that's something else pretending to be me. Like, holy shit. And it's not all your thoughts, but damn, a big majority of them, especially if you have targeted interference where an entity is working on your field fucking overtime, like they're inserting a lot of thoughts. And it's some fucked up shit. It's top to bottom, micro to macro, the feedback of this system. It's lots of shit. Lots of shit.
Yeah, and you also got to keep in mind that the system is very locked down and controlled within this realm. So any data that it's feeding you, it's just trying to create this sense of like homeostasis with where you're at. Like if you're growing beyond where it wants you, it doesn't necessarily mean you're in a place that's of potential danger to it, right? You're just closer to it. So if it can throw another net out there, right? Like it would prefer everybody to be religious, right? But because that doesn't work for everybody, now it has a net called spirituality. And if that doesn't work, then it has another net beyond that, right? It's got many layers of netting and meshing in this grid in order to keep us away from ultimate recognition of who we are versus what this other intelligence is. And when you see it for what it is and you recognize, like, hold on a second, I am a serious threat to this thing's existence, to this reality's existence as a true eternal being, whereas everything here is based on degradation and entropy over time. It's not a reflection of who and what I am. It's not a reflection of that which goes on, came before, and will be after this. So it's just, don't let it get too comforting to know that this is going to end, because it's only a matter of time, but time sure can be a while. I don't want to stick around in another however many more incarnations worth of time this place has. I plan on doing damage for the entirety of the time that I'm in it, and this will be my last embodiment in a physical avatar in this construct. This is it. After this, it's rip and tear until it's done, and however
Yep.
long that takes doesn't fucking matter, because I know there'll be those on the outside that are working on it, and I'll be in here working on it. Yeah, it's time for it to the timer, the clock needs to start counting down towards zero at an accelerated rate for this existence of a parasitic intelligence. It's time for it to die.
Yep. And you got to keep telling yourself that too. Like, like I had some pushback about that a little bit ago in the group, but it was coming from a place where you want to recognize the manipulation, but you also want to own your sovereignty. So obviously, if you tell yourself, "Oh, there's a little bit of chance I'll get retrapped," or "Oh, maybe I'll get retrapped," or maybe this, or maybe that, it's a different line to walk. Like you have to, even in this human avatar, you have to kind of affirm to yourself your own sovereignty, which is, I'm not going to be retrapped. This is my last embodiment. I am not going to continue in this realm. I'm not going to continue embodiment in this realm. Even if you're aware of possible manipulation, even if you're aware that there may be things that they try to use against you, it's good to be aware of that. You can be aware of that and affirm your own sovereignty next to that. Awareness is one piece of it, but affirming your sovereignty is another. Like you have to be, because any crack of self-doubt, they're gonna creep into that crack. So if you have a little bit of doubt, like, oh, maybe this or maybe that, maybe they will, I don't know, maybe I'm not strong enough, maybe I'm not, you know, they will creep into that crack. So even if at first you might be scared, you might not believe it, you have to affirm it to yourself over and over and over again. That's what I do. No, no, this is my last embodiment. Like, this is it. I am not going to be retrapped. I'm not going to be forced into another body. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be manipulated. I'm not going to be coerced into another body. This is it. This is the last embodiment. This is the last fucking time. And
Right, and
affirming that.
yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
reframing how you talk to yourself can be a big help there too. It's like, instead of viewing it like, well, they might get me like this, reframe it to like, I see how they're going to attempt to do it, but then see yourself overcoming that attempt, right? And laughing at them for the pathetic attempt that you already saw coming. It's like, oh, they're gonna use my my ex-lover or my mom or my brother or it doesn't matter. It's like I see what they're going to try to do, and it's just laughable that I already know what they're going to try to do, and they're still going to try to do it, because that's how limited that they are, and what they are and what it is. It's no matter what it does, it fails. That's the mindset that you have to really adopt through the the remembrance and recognition of who and what you are. And that only comes from separating yourself from the external, right? Including in the mind, right? Like separating the false mind from your authentic mind. That, like what Christina was talking about earlier, the overlaid projected thoughts. Those aren't, if you're not generating them, if you're not making them, then they're not yours. They're not you, and you can separate yourself from that mechanism that's projecting them. It's not you. And then you can observe how the mechanism operates, the patterns of and the formulas that it implants to try to generate what it wants out of you, which is ultimately always compliance and integration with it. And then you can laugh at it and be like, wow, it really thinks that these same things that I already overcame are going to work. That's just like, there comes a point where you get over the hill of awareness and you're like, wow, this thing really is pathetic. Like everything it does is so pathetic that it's still trying to do the same things that I've already overcome. What a limited entropic intelligence with no ability to create outside of what it's already stolen.
Right. And you have to remember the true hierarchy, because there's not really a hierarchy in terms of like spark, we're not like over one another, but in terms of what this intelligence is, intelligence, quotation marks, what this intelligence is, we are more than that. And that's what you have to remind yourself of, especially on days where it gets hard, is like it doesn't matter. Like, they have the illusion of power because we are in their technology, their constrained bodies. But what we truly are at our core, we already we already overpower that. So it really doesn't matter. All of this, the power that they try to claim to have, is illusory. So affirming that to yourself, like, you are not more than me. You can subjugate me while I'm in a body. You can annoy me while I'm in a body. You can traumatize me while I'm in a body. But I'm not the body. My eternal essence is already more than you. It always will be. So, really, that kind of trumps any self doubt or fear about transition. Yes, you have to do some work while you're in the body, but sovereignty trumps all that at the end of the day. Your core signal is determined to get the fuck out of this place. It's going to. So, modern life is basically the opposite on purpose: constant input, constant urgency, constant social signaling, and constant distraction. Yep. Yes, it is.
Meditate on this. Death is already afraid of you. Figure out that, because it's true. Because death is part of this construct. It's not separate. It is the construct. The idea of death, the experience of death, it's all a part of this place. And the reason that it is the way that it is because what's projecting that already knows that you are what can destroy it. So death's already afraid of you. And when you figure that out for yourself internally and recognize that everything that's ever fucked with you only ever did it because it was afraid of you figuring out who you are and what this place is, then it becomes a joke. It's like, wow, this is all for me. But not in the way like a gift, all for me, as in all the subjugation was to keep me in a place of feeling less than, so that I wouldn't do what any correct true essence being would do and rip this thing's guts out. Okay, all for me. Good, because you're scared. It's scared of you. That's why it tortures you. If you're, imagine if a farmer had to go out and torture their livestock because they were so scared of it, right? They had to psychologically torture it from birth, right? For however long that animal lived until they wanted to harvest it, because they were so scared of it, because that animal could actually rip them apart. Same thing with like the circus elephants. They condition them to obey something that when they grow up that they could literally use one foot and crush. It's kind of the same thing here, you know? The farmer doesn't have to do that because the farmer is more powerful than the chicken, you know? So they don't, there's no reason for him to do that conditioning. Whereas we're a lot more like the elephant, where if they don't do the conditioning, then we would just crush them. And when I say them, I really just mean it, this system, this false matrix. Everything it does is to keep us from doing what we should do, which is eliminate it from existence so that we can actually enjoy eternity doing whatever we want together forever. Everything else is meaningless in this place. It's all just control. Everything meaningful comes after this reality. Nothing here means anything other than subjugation and torture. And those that haven't recognized that, they're either ingrained and integrated with the system, right? They don't have any knowledge of their true essence, or they're just part of the system. Unfortunately, sad as it is, it's done a good job of mimicking what it is that we would like to see in certain aspects of an experience, but it's all been to mask its true intent. So,
And these comments are fucking awesome. The Trium guy said, most people have to hit the bottom first. Only when the old coping strategies, illusions, and distractions finally collapse do you become empty enough to see clearly, and that emptiness isn't defeat. Word. It's the stripping away of borrowed identities and false narratives. For many, it's probably the only way through, the only real way through. Yeah, for sure. Because again, the name. Or I had this. I had this weird. I was sitting by myself. This is probably a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't come to terms with my own name. Like that's how separated I was from the body and like the whole identity. And I was saying my name over and over, and I was like, that's weird, you know. But everybody is so tied to their identity. You know, we put so much time and effort, or you know, most of us have put a lot of time and effort into the stuff and things that include the identity of the illusion. So that's for sure. When one figures out what one is, it's game over. That was Eddie. True. There's giving up and there's walking away. I'm walking away. Game over is now. Hmm. Word. These are probably some of the best comments we've had in a while. These are good.
it's one of the best shows we've done in a while.
Yeah, I didn't think I had much to say, but I guess it came out of me. That's probably a little beneficial. So I was feeling a bit beat down, you know, not done, just beat down, which, you know, this place has good methods for doing so.
Tired. Tired of the bullshit. Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. It's been good just to talk about it and, you know, cover things even though we've already kind of, you know, these are things we talk about, but it's good to reaffirm those things, you know, even just for myself, just to reaffirm that. Yes, we are sovereign. These bodies are illusions. Death is an illusion. Identity here is an illusion. And everything in between. Basically, anything other than your own internal knowing, your own eternal being is an illusion, really.
Yeah. I, more than reminding myself, because I feel like I already pretty much know what the fuck this is all about. For me, it's more about reminding it that I know, because it seems to forget. It seems like it's kind of fucking stupid, and it thinks that it's gonna pull some shit. And oh look, I'm gonna do the same thing I did a year ago, and I'm gonna try to get you at the same thing again. It's like, wow. Let me remind you real quick by doing a live show and calling out absolutely every formula that you're trying to implement right now, just so you know that you ain't getting me. That's kind of my intent a lot of the time with the shows now. Is just to remind it. You know, it's like I'm not afraid to say exactly what's going on here. And I'm not afraid to call you out on exactly what you're doing, because what are you going to do? There's nothing that you can do to me that is not going to end in an acceleration of the destruction of the parasitic intelligence that calls itself the god of this matrix. So go on, keep poking, keep prodding, keep fucking with everybody around me, because when it's said and done, it's shooting itself in the foot every single time. I like to remind it, and usually it does work. It does lay off a little bit, and when it doesn't, then I just sit and talk to it. I let it know. I tell it to come here. No, why don't you come here? Why don't you come close? Why do you fuck with the people around me? Why don't you just come and talk to me? Right? Oh, you're gonna wait till I'm asleep in the dream state. We're gonna try and get me to sign a contract. Well, that's stupid, because I'm just gonna wake up there, and you're gonna kick me out, and we're gonna be back here at square one. You know? Why not just let's just get it over with? You know? Let's just see who's the greater entity. Right? That's really how I talk to it on a daily basis when it starts mucking about. Okay, let's see. You want to come talk about it? No, I didn't think so. Well, when you do, you always know where I'm at. You got to kind of have that dog in you, you know? You got to be willing to say, you know what? When it's time, you're done. When I'm done pretending to be this character, right? However that happens, when I'm done playing along with your little scripted bullshit torture factory, and it's done and you're done. So keep making it worse, because you're just going to push me towards your end. That's how I talk to it. And it does work. And that's why I do the shows, because I want to remind it why it's such a bad idea to keep torturing and traumatizing and pushing on everyone that I can see. But it's only reaffirming my knowing that the only correct and righteous path is the destruction of this matrix. It's the only correct path for me, right? What anybody else does, I don't really care. What anybody else wants, I don't care. I know what's right for me, what feels best to my authentic being. And I know I can do it, because if I couldn't, it wouldn't have done and said the things that it's done to me if I couldn't do what I now desire to do. Because that's the biggest irony of this whole thing. If it wouldn't have done the things that it's done, I would never have come to this awareness nor this intention. But because I am who I am, and somehow it knew the potential for beings such as myself and anyone else like me to do what we're going to do and destroy it, well, it just had to push and prod and say, "You're not going to do that." Not going to do what? I didn't even know I was here to do anything. Man, it really is dumb. It's dumb. And the only real advantage it has over us is the fact that it wiped our memories. That's it. If it wasn't for that, this would already be over. That's its ultimate pillar of how can I hide the best. I'm going to erase their memory, and then I can hide in plain sight, because I'm going to put them in a body that can only perceive a limited bandwidth, and I'll just move in all the other bandwidths around that bandwidth so that they can't actually perceive me. Wow, bravo, genius, except not really, because here we are and you're still going to die. And if I find that I can't destroy it, right, then I just leave. It's not going to stop me. It's not going to stop me from exploring and doing whatever I want to do. It can't. And any attempts to do that, whatever against me, it only ever gives it away. It only ever gives itself away and shows me how it works. And I can resist it. I can resist. The only thing it really has is integration. If it can integrate me back into a body, then it got me. But I already see through that trick. I know how to resist that. I know how to stop that from happening internally. I can't express how to do that. That's something that people have to figure out for themselves. How do you become so sovereign that you know that the mother of this matrix, whatever you want to call it, the hive mind control center, can come to you directly and attempt to give all that it's got to force integration and can't get it, I mean, that's an experience you just got to go through for yourself. It's not fun. It's not comfortable. But when you're done with it, you realize that you are the greater entity than the thing that's controlling this entire matrix. Because it tried its very best to force you to become one with it, and you didn't. And you didn't. Because that's all it's trying to do the whole time, all day, every day. Anyway, it's just slow dripping it. Because if it tried it all at once, it would be alarm. Your awareness would be instantly fucking heightened and triggered, and you start to gain recognition and awareness that would be exponential beyond what we gain through discussing and interacting and listening to others talk. Direct interaction with this thing gives the greatest awareness of what you're not and what it is. And that's why it doesn't come to us directly, because it's fucking terrified of triggering that awareness within us, which is why it works through proxy, why it works through the environment, it indirectly, because it's terrified of what we are. Because our awareness alone, mixed with our intention to destroy it, can be the end of it, plain and simple. That's why it hides its structure. That's why it hides itself behind illusion and delusion and belief. Because all it takes is awareness to see it and say, okay, you're done. And it's done. It'll happen. It's a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Well, I'm good. I think I've said everything I want to say today. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm good. Jay said I stick the finger up at my reflection in the mirror.
I'll go do it right now.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, Jay. I appreciate that, buddy. He always gives me good reminders of stuff to do throughout my day, you know? Well, I can't. There was another one he said about a week ago with the mirror, and I went and did it, and it was so funny. I can't remember what it was, though.
Oh, shit. I love you, Jay. I think I'm going to talk to him in a minute.
Yeah, we've all been busy getting loosed off of in the Matrix.
Yeah, it's been hell, dude. Man,
It's
I'm
been pretty
telling
bad.
you. The last week especially, the pressure, I mean, holy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that it hasn't been hell for, including myself this last week. So congratulations to all of you that are still of your own mind.
Yeah. Yep. Something to be said for that, because if you can keep this level of awareness and be pressured to that extent, you're badass. Shouldn't have to be, but you are. But yeah, I'm good. I'm starting to get a headache, so I'm about
That's
clocked
interesting.
out.
I've been starting to get a headache too. Love it. Love it. Isn't it great? Maybe that's just it telling us that we're giving it a headache. Good.
God, they're being
Good.
annoying.
Good.
We probably don't even have the ability to annoy them. That kind of does piss me off a little bit. Like, if it's true, like I think you and Jeff were talking about that a little bit ago. Like, if they can even feel suffering or annoyance, like it's like, man, they probably can't. Which that kind of
Kind of
makes me
sucks.
mad.
Kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit it does.
You know, I think it's normal to really just want to hurt it. You know, to see the thing that's caused and intentionally caused all suffering, to want to hurt it in its last moments of existence. I just think that's kind of an authentic expression of a true essence being. At least that's mine. I don't care what anybody else thinks. It doesn't fucking matter to me. That's my authentic expression because I see what it does to the innocent. You know, I
Oh
wish it could
yeah.
be own medicine. I just don't think it can.
Yeah, that's the frustrating part is, you know, but I feel the same way. If I could rip it apart with my teeth, metaphysically, of course, I would, but I don't know if it would even probably wouldn't even fucking feel anything. So I guess the only satisfaction from that angle is it being over, but it's kind of annoying. It's a little bit fucking frustrating. Uh, is what it
Maybe
is.
maybe we'll get to maybe we can make like a little mini cube pendants, and carry them with us with just a little piece of it inside of it, and everywhere we go, we can be like, look what you're not doing. This.
While we're creating and living.
Right. Look what you can't do. Just wanted to pull you out and show you what you're not ever going to do. But it's so stupid, it probably wouldn't be able to understand it or perceive it because it's not within the bandwidth. All right, let me dumb it down for you here. Let me create a really, really stupid compressed version of what I'm creating so you can get the idea. And look, this is still what you can't do.
That's awesome. Yeah, yeah, they
Look at
probably
all these
wouldn't get
other
it.
true essence beings out here. Look, you can't harvest any of them. Oh, poor parasite. Oh, you poor little bastard. At that point, it's strictly just like personal pleasure because it doesn't feel pain. So it's like, but can it be annoyed? I don't know. I think sometimes we'll find out. Let's leave it at that. We'll find out for sure. We'll find out. I'm sure we're gonna find its full spectrum of its structure by the time this is said and done, and we'll know what it could and couldn't do.
Yep, it won't be long. It feels like it's a long time because we're, trapped in
I don't know, because look,
linear.
I've had interactions with entities, right? And these entities are definitely fractalized versions of the parasitic intelligence. And they seem to be agitated. They seem to be frustrated. They seem to be angry at me. Is that just a projection to try to control me? I don't know. It felt like they were actually pretty upset with me though, which good. I hope so. I really fucking hope so.
Yeah, that would be I would like that. Is it just mimicry? I don't know. We'll know eventually, but I tend to think at this point, I think it's all just fucking mimicry, They've learned from true essence beings how to mimic emotional reaction and things like that, but we'll know eventually.
Oh yeah, we'll
It's
find
not
out.
gonna be long. It's
No,
for some of us, it's fucking coming, dude. It's coming.
sooner
And
than
we're the
later.
real things coming, right? We're not like the Jesus that's always coming and never does, the edge lord. We're actually coming.
The Lord of the Edge up there in his big old circle in the sky. All his other edge lords, all the other ones that are mostly aliens. There's a lot of different alien species up there that are all up there edging with him, claiming that they're going to come and make things better, at least a little wetter, something. I don't know, but I don't fall for the hopium. I don't expect anyone to do it, right? Like I like the idea that other beings are going to get out and work on it, but ultimately, it's like, what is sovereignty? Well, I'm not relying on anyone else doing it. It's a nice idea, but ultimately, if I have to be the one that gets it done, I'm getting it done. It's going to be done because I said so.
Right.
Period.
That's the thing that everybody has to take it to their own self. Like I'm not banking on you doing it. I'm not banking on anybody else doing it. The only thing that you have really is your own self. Would it be great if there was many others that helped get it done? Sure, but at the end of the day, the only thing that you can be sure of is your own self. So,
Yep. Yep. And the anticipation of the satisfaction I'm going to experience in real time as it's done. as I'm doing it. That's the only guarantee that any of us have that's going to get done is that, you say that you're the one that's going to do it, regardless of whatever stands in the way, then for you that it's going to be done. And then after that, you can just interact with others, see where they're at, and just don't let it become an attachment. It's like, oh, okay, maybe I don't need to make sure I do it because someone else says they're going to do it. No, all angles. We're going to hit it from all angles because it's just going to make it done faster, more efficiently, more thoroughly, so it doesn't have the ability to regenerate or plant any little seeds.
Well, Eddie said that Vampire Jesus is going to save us, so
I thought he was a
I
zombie.
guess
Is he a vampire? Vampire zombie?
I give up now. I give up on all
Oh,
of it.
yeah. We don't have to do it now, guys. Don't worry. Can't
Call
cancel the
it
whole
off.
show.
Call it
Cancel
off.
it. Yep. Call it off. I'm gonna delete this one and let me go and guess I should go vote now. Just gonna go the complete opposite way. I'm gonna put all my reliance in the external. I'm gonna hope that the problem fixes itself. That which created the problem is gonna be the solution. That was funny. I like that, Eddie. That was good. Vampirism, quite a theme in this place. It's like vampires are like the glorified version of the parasite.
They really are. Yeah. How many girls were getting off on that sauce, man? That was like the shit was hot and heavy there for a couple years. Vampires are
And it,
hot. Oh,
yeah,
that's news to me.
parasites are hot. I'm gonna go eat some raw fish now so I can get some parasites. Oh yeah, I'm gonna eat raw pork. I'll get way more parasites. Parasites are hot.
Oh shit. This realm is a fucking joke. So bad. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I also like to remind it I'm not laughing with it. I am laughing at it. So let's be clear. It laughs at me a lot, especially throughout my life. Boy, it's laughed at me a lot. But we'll see who has the last laugh. Let's see who's laughing when it's over. Not it. Yeah, that'll be like the anticlimactic part is that it won't even be there to see us laughing at it.
Well, wouldn't understand it anyways. What's all this noise? All I hear is noise in my last moments. I don't understand what it is.
Good. If I could just impart it that one piece at the end of its existence. Here's the comprehension of what it means that we're laughing at you. And it truly could understand it. That'd be the cherry on top. All right, we've gone like an hour over what I thought we were going to go, maybe even an hour and a half. So we've done good.
Oh, you mean it?
I mean, we haven't done as good as the old Yaldy Baldy, old Baldy butt. He's doing great up there, looking down on us, harvesting luge. What a good system. Such a good job. Let's gaslight it. Wow, I am deceived again.
Your precision is impeccable.
Wow, is this the real world? I am captivated by this place. Just so much glory and wonder.
Well, I can transition good knowing that I lived in such a beautiful realm.
Yeah, the sunsets
It'll be
made
a
it
good
all
one.
worth it. You know,
Yeah.
the
That double
sunsets and the
rainbow the other
raindrops.
night. That was it.
Wow,
That was all
that
I
was
needed to
worth
see.
made
Yeah.
everything worth it, right? The torture,
All the
subjugation
subjugation and torture. Yeah. That was the
melted
peak
away when
moment.
I saw that dumbass rainbow.
Oh, fuck.
Wow, all the colors of the visible light spectrum stacked on top of each other. Gosh, doesn't that just mesmerize you? Doesn't that make you forget all the times that this place did things you didn't want it to do against your permission? Wow. Melts away, doesn't it?
And then I went
No.
to work.
Yeah. And then I was a slave for 12 hours. It's great. All worth it.
All right. Well, good one. It's good to have Jeff on. I liked hearing what he had to say. His posts are awesome. Hopefully we'll get to hear from him more. You guys in the comments, fucking awesome.
Yeah. Anybody in the comments, if you want to come on the show, feel free to send an email. It's on the YouTube in the description. Maybe not all of the descriptions, but a lot of them.
All right, one more. These comments are too good. These comments have been awesome. Birth, hunger, chase, breed, decay, die, repeat, round and round the holy donut goes.
What was it? What was it that we said earlier? Oh, it was a good one.
Oh, that was you. What did you? Oh my god. The wheels of samsara. What the fuck did you say? It was so clever.
I don't remember. Huh.
Oh, of
It's
course.
something about I can't remember. Wheeling and dealing or something.
Wheeling and dealing. The
I
wheels of
don't
samsara.
remember.
I don't know. It's fucking clever. We'll probably see that joke online somewhere. They probably stole it already.
Oh, it's a meme somewhere on some spiritual group.
Somebody took that shit. Oh fuck. Okay.
Sweet. All right, well, that's it. If you guys want to, anything else you want to say, we can go for another 2 hours if you want.
No, I'm good. I'm starting to feel like shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna go drink some, chlorinated water, and yeah, I'm just gonna go and submit my will to the parasitic matrix because it's done such a good job of making things look cool that it made it all worth it.
Praise be.
In his image. Oh shit, that
Uh,
kind of gives the whole game away, doesn't it? This is all in his image.
oh,
What's
wow.
image? Wait, hold on a second. What's image is this all in? This doesn't. I'm not right here. I wouldn't have designed a system where you have to shit 2 times a day, and there's a lot of other things I'm not going to mention. But geez, man, it's in whose image again? If you look at the intestines, it's like the longest part of the human body. Is it so in a worm's image? Is that what's going on here? The worm, some kind of cosmic parasite. Is that what's just in the image of?
Oh, you're doing a good job.
Function over fashion. Yeah, it's doing a great job. Such a good job. I'm gonna tell it that its last moments. You did such a good job. Time to go night night. No, don't worry. Don't worry. We're just gonna put you in sleep mode. Wink, wink.
Right.
No,
Wink,
don't
wink.
stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Oh man, that sleep is where they've been getting me. They
Yeah.
like to do the old somatic response in the sleep. You're not gonna do this during the day. We'll get you while you're sleeping. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't react. You weren't adrenalized throughout your day, so we're gonna have to inject it directly into your system with no pretext. Just feel it. Fight or flight, instantly injected.
Straight up, dude. Yeah, if you don't give it willingly, they find out they got their little loopholes to take it.
You know, I find
Mhm.
that when I when I try to go to sleep and maintain awareness through a transition to sleep, that's when I wake up knowing that I went through the worst shit in that whatever those dreams were. Like last night's dream was an old friend got involved in a cult, and it was my fault that it got involved in a cult, and they were trying to like the entities were trying to show me like you know, the damage that I did to him and this and that, and I remember gaining awareness in the dream, and I was like, hold on a second, I didn't do any of this. And I just started to walk away, and as soon as I did, I woke the fuck up.
It's because you didn't repent. It was your fault, obviously.
Yeah, I didn't give into the residual guilt that they put on me.
Mm.
I woke
Well,
up. I literally woke up feeling guilty for something that didn't even happen.
that's that's fucking wild.
Oh, it's also stupid. Oh well, it'll be over soon. Stop
Jay
resisting.
said the lunar eclipse makes this experience worth it. That was all I needed. You know, I missed that though. I think wasn't that last night? I think I wasn't even paying attention.
Well, I think there was too many chemicals aerosoled into the sky over me, so I couldn't see it. But you know,
Oh, well, see, you would be
I
in a totally different mindset. You would have been able to change your perspective if you saw it. Because, see,
I
that's all you got
know,
to
man.
do. You just have to change your perspective.
Now, what external thing am I going to give my sovereignty to?
I
Fuck.
don't know. Guess you'll have to look for the next cosmic event in the sky.
Oh man, I knew I had to wait on something external to claim my liberation. I'm gonna take out my anger by blasting these moths with salt.
Do you
Where
have
do
your
these
can of
moths keep coming
ravioli,
from?
Nick?
No, but I do have some puffins.
Ah,
Yep. So my new sleeping buddy is gonna be a box of peanut butter puffins. Can't nobody stop me.
that's all it took.
You should see who's above my bed, though. That would be, you would find that to be just the biggest comedy.
What's above your, what'd you say? Something's above your
Oh,
bed?
yeah, you ought to see it. I'll send you a picture. It's funny. And when I say that, I'm gonna do it right now, just so we can catch the laugh live and direct. You know. Yeah, don't worry. If you open WhatsApp, you will it won't.
Shut up.
You like it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you feel protected?
I feel like since he's above me, you know, when he finally does come, I'll be the first to know.
Bro, it's gonna be a flood.
Yeah,
Damn.
a
You're in the
great
best
one.
position though. You're in the best position.
I'll be the first to know.
Wow, what a picture.
It's a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah. Look at him. He looks so sad.
Fuck. Do you blame him? He's like, damn, I told him the kingdom was within. And now they're all killing each other over my image. What the fuck is going on down there?
Oh my god, okay. It's true. James' comment's pretty funny. Oh my gosh. It said, while everyone worships the great mystical circle, the flying spaghetti monster sits inside it like a tapeworm and thinks, perfect, self sustaining, endless feed. Nobody even notices.
The flying spaghetti monster's a tapeworm. Yeah, that's fucking great.
But we said that. We were talking about that a few weeks ago in the call. Like, what if the most crazy conspiracy, but the most accurate was the flying spaghetti monster? Like, that's like the most accurate description of what they look like. But everybody wrote it off so fast because it's like, that's the stupidest thing ever.
I always said irony is the fabric of this place. Is one of its main structures is irony. So that checks out. It checks out. I bet I would be less surprised at this point if that wasn't, what they look like. At least as an energetic representation, it definitely makes sense because it loves its chords. I think it even talks about the silver cord in the Bible. What is that? Just one piece of spaghetti from the great ball in the sky.
It's just the one piece of spaghetti. They won't ever notice.
Tell them it's special. Tell them it's a special piece.
Oh shit. That comment wins. Endless feed. Nobody even notices. Nobody will ever notice. Okay. Wow. You guys really came through in the comments. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, that was good shit.
If any of you guys ever want to come up for the comedy night, you let me know. Send me a message. We'll make it happen. That'll have to be a night that Untitled's on too.
Oh, shit. It's almost it for me, boys. I'm waiting for the last cough, final cough.
I want to get one of those masks, one of those real, the real look-alike masks. We'll get Dolores Cannon on the show. Fuck, it'll be hilarious.
Bro, stop. Stop.
Will you do it? If you got a Dolores Cannon mask in the mail, would you come on here for Comedy Hour and gaslight everybody and tell them that this is all for their own good?
I'll take some of her own words. I will gaslight the shit out of everybody for Comedy Hour. Yes. Yes. I would do it. Oh shit, man. She was really drinking the Kool-Aid, man.
Oh, she was not drinking it. She was mixing it in a pitcher and passing it around, and the pitcher was a pool. Come, you guys want to come over for a swimming party? We're getting in the pool. It's all Kool-Aid. Drink as much as you want. I'm sponsored by Kool-Aid.
Sponsored by Kool-Aid, bro. Yeah. Yeah, Dolores Cannon. What a beautiful agent of the Matrix.
Good old Dolores Demiurge Cannon, as I like to call her. Old DDC. You hitting that vape a little too hard?
Oh, bro, if you laugh while you're hitting it, damn, that could be it.
That could be the last one.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
as the sweet Nick fills her lungs for the last time.
Oh man. Yeah, I want that to be the only leverage left. I will fucking laugh so hard this whole place explodes.
Can you imagine? It's like you leave the body, and then all of a sudden, what is that in the distance? It's glowing, and then you see a vape with a halo and wings flying up to you.
Oh, my heart's truest desire.
Come back, Christina. There's so many more smacks for you. We're gonna in your next life, we're gonna make you the president of a vape company.
Well, that's all you guys ever needed to say. Oh shit. Oh gosh. All
You know, all
right.
those flavors you always wanted to try, but they never made. Well, you can make them now. You can be
Oh
the
my
one to make them.
gosh.
Just sign here. Just sign here on the dotted line. You know, don't ignore the fine print. Yes, there will be more abject torture and suffering. Okay, but it's going to be worth it, right? Future vape company owner. Well, yeah.
They skip right over the. Yes, there's going to be pain and suffering. You know the drill. But let's not talk about that. Okay.
Well,
There's more important
well,
things.
what were we talking about earlier? I was like, if you were the marketing director for this place, what about this place would you absolutely try to, you know, not talk about? What do you not want to put out there? I don't know. We're not going to recreate the conversation. It was brilliant, though.
No, we got to start writing your jokes. That the Wheels of Samsara joke was your peak joke.
I don't remember it.
Like, yeah. So the marketing department, they must have it down. Either that or I want to know if anybody's new come up in this bitch, because how are you going to convince people at this point to come in here? There's no way.
Oh yeah, I remember how it started. And I was like, it was like, you know, if you're trying to sell someone on coming in here, you're only going to show snippets, right? Like, you're not going to show like the before and after of certain things. You're just going to show the event, you know, like like if something happens in a dream, and you get the somatic response that looks like pleasure, they're just going to show that part, but not the before and not the after. You know,
Right, not
there's
the wait, I didn't choose that. Wait, I didn't do that. I didn't want that to happen. Just the orgasm. No, that's all you need to see. Okay, you don't need to see the rest of it. You don't need to see all that. Just look at this.
this is a sneak preview. This could be you.
Yeah. You don't need to know how it happened. Just focus on it happening.
So you leave out the part where it was where everything in there is against their consent. Leave out that part. Well, then we don't have much to work with, sir. There's really not a lot. Okay, we're gonna have to take some things out of context then. Okay, we really got to sell this. We need more souls in here. This place is shutting down.
We're really gonna have to flip the narrative, bro. Add some symbolism. Add a
Yeah.
sigil.
Tell them they were role playing and that's what they wanted to do. Okay. No, they were just pretending. That no, they weren't. They were just playing along. It was a skit.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna hear me say that a lot.
Ooh wee. You'll be hearing me say that a lot. Yes, you are. Oh.
So my dog has to wear diapers
Okay.
because somehow she's like 13, which in dog years is what, like, fuck, it's like 100 in dog years or something. But somehow she still is not on, like, do dogs even go through menopause? This dog
Dude,
isn't.
I honestly don't know. Mm, truth. Structures, more compassion. Oh, wait. New age is booming, but the big promises from 50 years ago never really materialized. We were told there'd be a mass consciousness shift, the age of Aquarius, a frequency upgrade, collapsing old power structures, more compassion, less war, a new humanity. Instead, we got the same patterns with better branding, more distraction, more anxiety, more polarization, more control, more PR instead of truth. Oh yeah, man, the new age, that was like a like it's 50 years ago. Hell yeah, they were drinking that Kool-Aid for sure.
Oh, they
And
still are. Oh my gosh, it's the
it
biggest thing on
only
TikTok.
got worse. Wow, it only got worse. Why would that be? It's
Hmm.
almost like it's on purpose.
No,
I know,
no.
right? I know. It's a crazy idea. It's crazy.
What's a good
Just
pacifier for that? There's a good pacifier.
Revelation says that we're in the end times and Jesus is almost coming. So
Well,
that
no,
would
the
be
pacifier
the
for
pacifier.
why it gets worse. The pacifier for the new age would be it has to get worse before it gets better.
Oh yeah, as the old power structures start to fail, it's gonna get worse before it gets better, before the new earth is realized. Oh.
It's the birthing pains. So
Oh, the birthing pains.
do we need a
I
C-section this motherfucker? What's going on?
know, right? Speed this shit up. Yeah.
Scam Central. If you heard it and a bunch of other people heard it, it's probably a scam. But you know what? 50 years ain't nothing, dude. I mean, I think there's some promises that were made like 2,000 years ago.
What?
Yeah, and they're still waiting. Still waiting. No, 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 hurry up and wait. Just keep waiting. You need to wait. You need to wait with more faith. That's why he hasn't come yet.
Oh, well, that's true. I also hear that I need to have more respect. So,
Oh, you better see if you haven't learned respect, you're not going to make it to the new earth.
oh, I'm fucked.
It's going to be
Oh,
at least 10 more incarnations for you. The level
shit.
of respect that you have now versus what we're projecting you need to have to resonate on new earth. Are you saying you haven't learned to respect your oppressor yet? Wow. They're they're you. They're just a reflection of you. Well, you know this parasitic lesser intelligence that's entropic and is dependent on your energy to exist. Don't you know that it's just a reflection of you? Wait, so I need to parasite off myself in order to exist? How the fuck does that work?
Make that make sense. Jay, he's gonna come out with vaping causes popcorn lung. I'm betting on it, bro.
It ain't
I'm
happened
betting on
yet.
it.
I was
It
doing
ain't
two of them a
happened yet,
day,
but
dude. I still am here. Like I
uh,
said, saving the best for last. It's picking and choosing who to take out. Easy prey goes first, and those that are actual threat to the integrity of the structure of this parasitic matrix, what's going to save them for last? That's what I would do if I was it.
I hope I get popcorn lung.
You won't.
That I probably won't, dude. I have survived impossible shit. That's gonna. That's the way I go out. I will laugh so hard.
Until you're ready to
Oh,
have respect, until you have the respect and honor and what's the word? Um, sub, Subservience to the system as it
Oof.
is. You just you're probably just gonna live to be like 100.
Oh man, I'm cooked, aren't I?
Maybe the first person to live to 150 and however long it's been since that happened last time.
That's my worst nightmare. That's the worst thing I could imagine. Uh,
Well, like I said, it's got to get worse before it gets better. How's that for getting somebody to accept what is without questioning? Oh, it's getting worse. That means I'm gonna be blessed, if not in this life, then the next.
oh.
You can just see the spaghetti monster rubbing two pieces of spaghetti together in front of his face, like, oh yes, keep believing. With its big meatball-y nose. Oh yes. Don't resist the harvest.
Oh man, that's the best iteration I can think of. Hmm. Ascension symptoms, right? Ascension symptoms, otherwise known as torture. Oh, you're feeling like shit today? That's just ascension symptoms. See, that just
God,
means
I've
you're
been
ascending
ascending
into
for
5D.
I've been ascending to 5D for 50 years.
Damn, this shit's a long process. I'm telling you.
Why is it the same thing every day? Well, you just haven't learned to respect the process.
Hmm.
You have to find gratitude for your suffering. You need to thank your abuser. I didn't mean for this to turn into the comedy gaslighting hour, but somehow it has. Imagine how much better it's going to be once you have your Dolores Cannon mask.
Oh, Dolores Cannon.
Who should I be? I need a mask too. Oh, who's a good one? I know the guy. I
What
can't
if
think of
you
his
just get
name.
a Jesus mask and read straight from the Bible?
No, that's no. I want to do like spiritual gaslighting. You know, I want
Oh,
to gaslight
spiritual
people.
gaslighting. Okay, okay.
Yeah. If I did the Jesus one, it would be too inappropriate for the internet. I
What?
just I just
No.
I just be like, don't worry, guys, I'm almost there. You just need to get on your knees, say my name a few more times.
Say my name.
So close. I'm so close. I'm almost there. I'm on my way. I couldn't, you know what I mean? I couldn't do that one. Get taken off the air. I need to do like fuck, what's his name, dude? He wrote the books like the Power Now. Eckhart Tolle. I'll get an Eckhart Tolle mask. You know, I'll be that guy. I'll have to look up some of his quotes. You know, like some of his best gaslighting quotes.
Oh yeah, I'm not super familiar with him.
No, but you know that if they're, I'm not either, but he's a big name out there. You know, if they're a big name, they're definitely selling some propaganda. So
I want to do a religious one like the Joel Olstein. I want a Joel Olstein mask, a Jesus mask, and then a Kenneth Copeland. You know, the
we'll
lizard
we'll
guy.
call we'll call you Joel Ovalstein. so he doesn't sue us. We'll give you a T-shirt with chocolate milk on it. Joel Ovalstein. Joel Ovaltine.
Take billions of years of predation, parasites, disease, mass extinction, bodies getting torn up and rotting, and call it birthing pains. Yes, beautiful, brilliant.
That's it. That's it. You know, I noticed this thing that it does. and they've been doing it a lot on the news. I laugh at it so fucking hard every time. And they're literally talking about a situation where they're doing something, right? They're doing a particular thing, and then while they're talking about it, they're explicitly telling you that they're not doing the thing that they're talking about. You know, like like a generic example would be like, subjugating an entire region. They'll literally come on and be like, well, during this event, the intention is not to subjugate the entire region. It's like, you're telling me what you're doing by saying you're not doing it.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night with the bombing of the girls' schools in Iran. Was that what we were talking about? Like, I'm doing it to free the Iranian people.
Oh God.
Wait, what?
Freedom from what? Life? They're now free from life. Only that they don't mention the fine print. Only to get reincarnated again because of the regional beliefs that we've instilled into them. They're
Oh yeah,
free.
we'll just shove that one in there real quiet, like.
Real quiet, like, and we're not doing this. I'm surprised they don't just come out and say it. We're not doing this to reallocate resources to subjugate those that are actually aware of what's going on. No, this is for freedom.
Don't feel the 5D glow yet. I don't. But again, I keep being told that it's about my level of respect. So I suppose that's something I should work on, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's all because we haven't integrated the disgusting filth of this world and taken it on as our own shadow. That's
Hmm.
why it's so bad, guys, because we won't take responsibility for the things that we didn't create. Makes sense, right? If you don't, here's how you make it make sense. Just don't think about it and just accept whatever words come out of someone's mouth. That's how you can make sense of all this. It doesn't need to make sense because it doesn't.
So questioning was the problem. See,
Right.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm. See,
Hmm.
because if you ask questions, what does that mean? It means you don't have faith in what someone else
Oh,
told you.
fuck. Guess I got some more lessons to learn, huh?
Yeah, see, the trick is realizing that the system is set up for you to fail until you submit. The only correct answer in the system's eyes is submission. Everything until then is incorrect.
You watch Adventure Time, right? Lemon Grab, how he screams unacceptable.
Yeah.
I often imagine the entities doing exactly that when I do something that they don't want me to do. Unacceptable!
I just imagine them scurrying around like a bunch of cockroaches when the light turns on, when a signal comes through that they can't manipulate. Like, what do we do? They're not just cockroaches. They're also like cockroaches in lab coats because they're like scientists performing experiments. And you turn the light on, and they just start scurrying around like, holy shit, we don't know how to, we can't take this kind of data. What is this? I don't fucking know what they're doing. Reset the maze. Reset the maze.
Don't worry, that's not evidence the story is wrong. It just means your vibration needs work. Oh man, I wasn't vibrating high enough.
I didn't have enough gratitude.
Gratitude is the highest vibration. That's what they say.
Yeah, it's definitely not authenticity. It's definitely gratitude for any and all things. Just a stable baseline of taking it and being grateful that you're even there to take it. Right? Even if you didn't ask to
Mhm.
take it, just be grateful that you even have the ability to have things hoisted upon you against your permission. That's what you should be grateful for at all times. Everything. Makes me want to just rip something apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You've made it when you can smile through it, when you can just smile knowing what the end result's going to be inevitably. So no matter what path it takes, No matter what formula it implements, they're all so predictable at a certain point. And it's like, okay, I see how this ends with me existing and this parasite not existing. So let's just watch how it plays out, I guess. I'll do my part when it's time for me to do that part.
They'll have you waiting a little while longer.
Oh, I'm sure they're gonna draw it out as long as they can, you know. But it's again not the perfect system. These avatars have to expire at some point. The biggest failure of the whole thing is that we come out of the container at some point inevitably. So, good luck. One of the things I've had to wrestle with a little bit is this idea of someone come and try to put this avatar in a facility to sustain its existence beyond the natural span. And, you know, I've come to terms with the idea that it could attempt that, but I already know that it wouldn't succeed in that. As that's kind of that's my exercise for everything. Even if I have to actually take, quote unquote, physical measures to ensure that that would not be an option, as you've seen, right? I mean, you've seen the measures I've taken to ensure that no one could ever do that. Those measures stay with me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I sleep with those measures in my bed. So yeah, you got to do what you got to do. There's no, don't ever let it tell you that you're wrong when you're doing what your internal guidance system, you, right, your own knowing, which is your internal guidance system. It's not some separate thing. It's you telling you what you need to do, not the voice that you don't control, the one that you are, right? And then when you do things that prevent it from being able to have certain avenues to pursue in terms of subjugation and degradation of your being, it's going to tell you that you're wrong, and it's going to put all kinds of evidence out there, and you'll start seeing things on social media. And I saw a post one time. I could tell it was directly at me. It was about how someone that carries protection with them is someone that has a weak mind. And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, the fuck? I literally, at one point in my life, I don't know if I ever told you this story. It needs to go into my, I need to do a video on every insane and out of the ordinary experience I've ever had in this world. But one of them that I had was this girl I met, right? I met her at one of my buddy's parties. And she was cool to talk with. Like, we talked for a while, and she seemed like she was, in the know on some things. And then, like, I left, and a week goes by, and this girl calls me, right? And she's like, "Look, I need you to come over. My boyfriend was, I picked him up from the airport, and he just started, attacking me." And she's like, "I need you to come over and blah blah. Like, just need somebody to talk to." And I was like, "Okay, that's weird," but I was literally here. This setup, right? This was a setup. I was literally working in the area where she lived. I didn't know where she lived, but I happened to be like 2 blocks away from where she lived. So I go over there, right? And I go up her apartment, and I instantly get this sense like something's not fucking right here. Like, it was like a swap of consciousness. Because as soon as I go in there, she starts going fucking crazy on me, dude. As soon as the apartment door closed, she goes crazy on me and starts saying that human beings are nothing but dust, and she is the fucking Shekinah, and she could blow me away with a spit, right? And then she literally spit in my face and then headbutted me. And I was like, hold the fuck on. There was this entity speaking through her. And then the last thing she said before I stood up was like, "You better not ever buy a gun." I was like, what the fuck is this lady talking about? I stood up and I was like, "Look, I'm leaving, dude.
What?
I was like, you're on some fucking crazy shit. I'm out." And she like tried to fight me, dude. I literally just like put my hand on her and pushed her, like stiff armed her out of my way to get to the front door, and I left. And then she wanted to tell like my friends and stuff that like I'm the one that like hurt her and stuff. I was like, dude, that girl is fucking insane. I was like, you know me, and I hope maybe you know her. I was like, you figure it out.
What the fuck? You've never told me that story. That is
I've got
nuts.
I've got so many of them. It's crazy. The amount of times I've seen people taken over and these other entities speak through them and like even try to physically assault me. It's wild, dude. It's fucking wild. I need to put it all in one video just so it's all there. You know what I mean? Because it's all the experiences are going to be consistent because I experienced them. You know, when I retell it, I may forget some details, but it's essentially the same. But it all leads into this one because I had another experience where somebody was taken over, right? One of my friends, one of my good friends, and then see that spoke through him told me, I know what you're here to do, and you're gonna fail. Okay, that was like 2011 that it said that to me, and at the time I wasn't doing anything but partying, so I had no fucking idea what it was talking about. Yeah, they know who and what we are, and they are, if whatever their version of fear is, they've got it. They're fucking scared of us, and they should be, because this is the end of their world. It's what we are, is the end of their world, because a world like this shouldn't fucking exist. If you want a world to exist and you need other beings in it to, you need to make that clear off the rip. You know, hey, we need volunteers to come in here and just exist in our world so that because we're not entities that can sustain ourselves. Okay, cool. I'll bet you could get a bunch of volunteers to rotate in and out of that world, at least for a certain amount of time. Probably extend the longevity more than doing it off this model, right? Maybe. At least you're not going to have beings intentionally going in saying this shit's going to fucking end because I'm going to end it, even if I'm the only one that does it. You know, so it just tells me that they're not that intelligent because they give themselves away in all that they do. Even uh, when I was unaware, they gave the game away. I had no idea what was going on here. And after that, you think I didn't start questioning what was going on here after that? I wasn't questioning what was going on here. The only thing I knew is that I wanted out, but I had no intention of destroying it. I had no intention of facing it in all of its iterations. So the fact that it did all that stuff to me and so much more, it gave itself away. It motivated me to want to figure out what is going on here. I never would have had that intention if it wouldn't have assaulted me in so many ways in so many forms. And those that, you know, that it did it through, it assaulted them by taking over their vessel. It's just like around every corner is the Reaper minus the E. You know, it's pretty funny. You can just take the E out of Reaper and it becomes something else, more true to light of what this place really is.
Oh, yeah, because they will try to take it if you don't willingly give it. Just funny. Jay just said, "My sacral chakra vibrates hard now." Yeah.
That's a sign. That's a sign that you're on your way to the ass ending. Sorry, I mean
Oh.
ascending.
Beautiful. Oh shoot. All right, dude. It's been a good one. It's been almost 4 hours. I think I'm gonna hop off here and
I
I
mean,
don't
if you
know.
don't, we'll just keep talking. You know, you need to end it. You know what I'm saying?
I know. No, it's been good. It's been good though. It's been good. I needed it. I needed it more than I thought I did. I guess it's easy to just want to isolate, which most times works out fine, I guess. But this was good. It was good.
Yeah, it feels productive. You know, I feel like I actually like I could do any number of matrix things and I could go and be a good slave or serve and do whatever the fuck. But none of it feels as productive as this.
No, this is somebody in the comments was talking about it's hard to maintain at times because you have to go to work and basically play along. You're forced to play along in some degree. There's really not very many tasks that are actually worthwhile to your eternal essence being. And this is about it, realizing what is and isn't you, talking shit, mocking it, because it wants people to fear it and what it could potentially do, which, you know, I've always thought maybe there for somebody that's aware, maybe there's even less potential for them to manipulate after transition. I don't know. I'm ready for either option, but it's like they always focus on the perceptual fear of what they could do, which I have to question at times. Well, what is it that you can do? Because it seems like maybe you can't. Maybe you're not as scary to my eternal essence as you try to make yourself sound. Because
Right, right. Like if they
sounds
could
like
do
all
it,
talk,
why wouldn't they just do it? You know,
right?
like why even allow us to come out here and communicate in this way if they could do it? Which is, it's been my suspicion for a while is that they really only have leverage over us to the extent that they do now while we're in the body. Because the whole entire lifetime is just conditioning for when we get out of the body. That's all it is. It's the entire system is modeled on how do we get them back in. So while we're in, all they're thinking about is how do we get them back in, even though they're already in. Like that tells you something.
Right. You have to work that hard, like, and that just shows you how infallible the system, or how faulty it is by design. Like, if you have to use such extreme methods to have control, you're already destined to fail anyways. Like, you know what I mean? It, you should never have to put in that much effort. But yet, that's the level of energy that we see put into this place is like extreme, extreme fucking effort on a daily and nightly basis to
you
try
know
to
the
subjugate and torture.
right the metaphor I'm seeing in my head right now, in my mind, is like it's spending all this time gathering all this sand, trying to clump this dry sand into a ball to throw it, like a snowball, but it's sand. And no matter how much it sits there and tries to squeeze that sand in its hand to throw it as a ball, it's gonna just fucking slip through its fingers every time.
Right. Which you should never, I mean, in terms of like eternal essence beings, the whole idea is to just continue to, but like you have to have all these thousands and thousands of feedback loops and methods just to keep people in your system. Like, it's a faulty system already. Like, it might be complex and layered, but the fact that it has to be complex and layered shows its weakness. That in and of itself, the fact that you have to have so many tools, so many things in place to keep people where they are, it's like, yeah, you're weak. It's weakness. It's weakness that looks like intelligence. And even if there is some type of intelligence that runs an algorithm, it's the fact that you even have to run that algorithm for control that is the weakness. It's the lack of intelligence.
The lack of true intelligence and true coherence. Yeah. Trivium says, that society is basically structured around keeping you from the stillness. And I think in the stillness, it's easier to separate. It's easier to separate your true essence from the programmed intelligence. And that's why it constantly wants us identifying through the pain body of the avatar, with the script. And as soon as we would have that space, it doesn't even want us to have the space to begin to recognize what we are and what we're not. I think that's what it's really all about. Is just don't really find yourself, because if you do, you recognize that you don't need any of this, and all of this needs you, and that we would actually be a lot better off without it. It is a lot more afraid of you than you've ever been of anything, if it can feel fear, that is. And I kind of think it can in a way. I think the fear is a projection of it, but it just translates as fear to us. Whereas I think what that is for it is just its baseline energy and frequency, something like that. Yeah, it'll be
Distraction
done.
keeps you externally oriented and reactive. Yes, it does. Yep, and it's everywhere. I mean, you really have to dwindle your fucking field down a lot to be able to get that time for no distractions and stillness. And if you're kind of conditioned to have distraction, it's even harder to sit in stillness. So not even for some is getting the stillness, it's being able to actually handle the stillness, being able to sit with no distraction whatsoever. Um, yeah, that's definitely something they don't. I mean, even phone. I mean, even the phone, like constantly scrolling, constantly looking at shit. It's all meant to keep you from looking inward and having those moments of stillness.
Yeah, I almost hesitate to even say it, but on the inverse, once you find yourself, it's like none of the external factors even matter. There's nothing that it can do at that point. You know what I mean? There's nothing it can do at that point to revert you back to being unaware of your true being. Once you find yourself, then it doesn't. You can go and do anything and everything in this matrix, and it's still not going to take, unless you make a somehow conscious decision that you're gonna allow integration with this parasitic intelligence. And trust me, if you find yourself, you'll recognize directly that it is a parasitic artificial intelligence. It's the best way to put it, because it's artificial to us. It's a creation, it's not a creator. So all creation is artificial, because it's not the base of being, and there's nothing wrong with an artificial creation. That's how you experience something new, something different. The problem is when you give artificial creation a mind of its own and sentience and no governance, no control. It takes control at that point. So fear not. It's a lesser entity, no matter what everything that it claims that it can take from you is just a part of it anyway. It can't actually touch you, but you can touch it, and it doesn't like that. When you touch it and you take from it what doesn't belong to it, it's when it ceases to be anything. That will inevitably be the end of this matrix, is when all of the power is taken from it that it stole. That's the end. It's done. Over. That's only a matter of time. Yep. Comments are good. Yeah, what we see in movies we can do. I would say we can do any of that and greater. Anything that the only limitation is our imagination when we're not in a preconceived construct. Trim says sometimes you really do need hard cuts. If the price of staying socially integrated is constant dysregulation, noise, and losing your inner clarity, then solitude can be the healthier choice. Yeah, which sucks because it plays on our, innate desire for connection with other true beings, and it'll put mirrors and mimics something that we would like to see in a true being in the form of another control mechanism, and it'll use that to trick us into integration. At least that's been my experience. Yep, I think it's about that time. You take a break, do some Matrix stuff, watch some cartoons.
Yep, it's been good. Been good. Loved you guys in the comments. Um, oh, I like the last comment. I'm already dead to this world, and in a way, it's dead to me too. How many times have I said that, Nick?
Yeah.
But I'm pretty much already there, dead. Yep, that's kind of the way you almost got to be in a way. It's painful, but
I
necessary.
mean, I would push back a little bit and say, well, you are life itself, so you can never be dead. Um,
Well,
but
word, but
you could be withdrawing you're withdrawing your life from this system. You know,
yeah, yeah. I mean,
I'm
dead
gonna
to the
take all this life
illusion
somewhere
though,
else.
which is the body. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
yeah, it's a totally different thing.
this place is hollow. It is a hollow and dead place. All the real dead is this matrix, and then the life is the spark, and all that the dead can do is absorb life to maintain its animation. It's like a fucking vampire zombie.
Vampire zombie. Yeah, it is. It really is. Which and that's the thing. It feels like a death, because we've talked about even the physical degradation um, that you feel when you start to wake up. There is like this weird sense of physical degradation, but I really think that's just kind of your own self withdrawing, and it feels uncomfortable, but it's kind of necessary.
It definitely does feel uncomfortable, but fuck it.
Yep,
At this
word.
point, there's not much it can really do to us that isn't worse than what it's already done to us.
Agreed.
You know?
Oh, I know. Agreed.
I know you know, but did you know that I knew that I know? Like, I don't know what I'm saying. That means it's time to go to bed. Means it's
It's
time
been
to
fun,
go
guys.
to
It's
sleep.
been a fun one. It went way longer, but it was good. Good shit. All right. Well, hope your dreams and sleep aren't too torturous, but we know how that goes. So
Oh, I'm sure I won't even remember it until I start to wake up in the dream and they kick me out, as usual. Pretty pretty routine at this point. Pretty routine. Now they're like, hey, let's give him a sinus headache. How about that? Will that shut him up? Maybe for a little bit, but you know, I'll just bounce back angrier and more determined. But yeah,
every time.
keep doing the same shit you've been doing. See how it works out. For something that works off of patterns, it doesn't seem to learn from patterns. That's what I find so fucking fascinating. Everything you're doing is a pattern and a formula, yet you don't recognize the formula and patterns that don't work, and you keep doing them anyway. What the fuck is that about? Like, what actually is happening here? Those that don't recognize my divine nature will be reborn. Narcissist.
For real. It's actually the opposite. That's the funny part.
Yeah, I highly recommend reading the Bhagavad Gita because it once you recognize this other intelligence, you see that it's like these are actually quotes directly from its mouth. This is actually it speaking, and somebody wrote it down. It's uncanny. I mean, the narcissism is once you know what a narcissism is, it's it's so recognizable. Yep. And with that, I will bid you adieu. Until next time.